It's all possible. I think Shyam Sundar said, as he speaks in his book about chasing the rhinos, it's all possible. We have to get out of our own headspace and do amazing and big things. And I think that's really what the uniqueness of Krishna consciousness is, that you get a buzz out of doing something big, because that's what Prabhupada would want. He didn't like anything small. He was never a small man. He said, that was my problem, he said. He said, my Guru Maharaj always never asked me to do anything small. He said, that was my problem. I could never think small. So he was always thinking big and big and big, and I've always taken a page out of that. When we were with all the ambassadors and everyone else, and I was sitting there, I was thinking, what would Prabhupada do? I said, he'd jump the line and, go and meet everyone and get on with it, So I realized Prabhupada always thought big. And we have to think big. Otherwise, we'll always be thinking small. I think you have to think small and big, but see where it lies. And I think we've got some amazing things going on in the UK, especially at the Manor. We've got a fantastic team here, I believe, of young people that want to do amazing things for Krishna. Whether it's Om Nom, or whether it's, the Pandava Sena, whether they want to revolutionize something else, mentorship or something else. I believe we've got amazing people that want to do amazing things for Krishna. And Krishna will reciprocate if we act in that way. But it always needs a bit of sacrifice. I think people forget nowadays, no pain, no gain. And people want an easy life, and I don't think there's an easy life. Especially if you want to do some amazing things for Krishna. You're going to have to push the boundaries, always. Otherwise, the boundaries are going to push you into the modes of material nature. So I think there's only two ways about it. Either the modes are pushing you down, 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 really down, or you're pushing them. You're pushing that barrier to do something amazing. So let's do that for Prabhupada. Let's push those boundaries, because I think, as I always say, let's give one life to Prabhupada. And really, for all of you, half your life is gone anyway, so there's not that much to give. You're only going to give half a life. So I think that's really the key, giving that one life to Prabhupada. Let's do that. Hare Krishna.
His genuine caring attracted everyone. This outpouring that we see of love and appreciation for him and grief at his passing is evidence of this. There's another understanding of Ajata Shatru, the second one, and it means a person who considers no one his enemy. Sruti Dharma Prabhu was dear not only to devotees but also to non-devotees. He was very much attractive to everyone. As everyone's friend, he consistently tried in various ways to bring everyone to Krishna. We trusted Shruti Dharma Prabhu. We knew he was there for us. As conditioned souls, we tend to be adversarial. And we live in a world increasingly rife with polarization, with strife, with enmity. This quality of Ajata Shastru is very difficult to awaken, and yet in our world it's so urgently needed. We can take inspiration from Shruti Dharma Prabhu's stellar example. His ability to unify, inspire, and uplift, and bring us all closer to Krishna is extraordinary. How he did this is a study in itself, but certainly one foundation of it was his complete dedication to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's mission. Prabhupada actually wanted all of us to become Ajata Shatru, however difficult that may be. And we're fortunate that we have Sruti Dharma Prabhu's example to prove without a doubt that this singular quality is possible to attain. There's one third meaning to Ajata Shatru. Besides one whose enemy was never born, and one who never sees anyone as his enemy, it also means no one has been born who can harm that person. So we may ask, how is that? And that is because that person is protected by Krishna. Sruti Dharma Prabhu has been and will always be protected by Krishna. It's an ongoing source of inspiration and encouragement to see such qualities manifest in a devotee, for it's solid evidence that the process of Krishna consciousness that Srila Prabhupada has given us is potent. It works. By remembering and discussing Sruti Dharma Prabhu's qualities, perhaps we one day can evoke some portion of those qualities in ourselves. May Sruti Dharma Prabhu's Krishna conscious love and personalism forever remain bright at Bhaktivedanta Manor. And may everyone who comes to the Manor feel that love and personalism warmly welcome them. We are blessed to have had his company, and we pray that his example will continue to burn brilliantly, to ever more enthuse us and illumine our path. I have a verse and part of a purport from Bhagavad Gita as it is that I would like to read, if you could just meditate on Sruti Dharma Prabhu as I do this. This is from chapter 5, text 7. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Although always working, such a person is never entangled. Purport. One who is on the path of liberation by Krishna consciousness is very dear to every living being, and every living being is dear to him. This is due to his Krishna consciousness. Such a person cannot think of any living being as separate from Krishna, just as the leaves and branches of a tree are not separate from the tree. He knows very well that by pouring water on the root of the tree, the water will be distributed to all the leaves and branches, or by supplying food to the stomach, the energy is automatically distributed throughout the body. Because one who works in Krishna consciousness is servant to all, he is very dear to everyone. And because everyone is satisfied by his work, he is pure in consciousness. All glories to Sruti Dharma Prabhu. Yesterday, Jayadvaita Swami sent an offering, so I'll just take a minute to read that. This is Jayadvaita Swami writing. Sruti Dharma Prabhu has been part of my life so long, I feel like I've known him forever. For me, he was a friend, a colleague, a trusted advisor, a sorter-outer, a source of insight and inspiration. He cared about the people close to him, the people farther away, the people he guided, the people who turned to him for help. About Bhaktivedanta Manor, about Srila Prabhupada's mission, about Pranabandhu Prabhu, about my disciples, about me. He was expert at sizing things up and responding by doing the best thing. And that too with friendliness, cordiality, and good cheer. A trademark blend of savvy and savoir-faire. As the need called for, he could be determined, persistent, courageous. And he was endlessly self-sacrificing and, giving all his good qualities eternal value, he was Krishna conscious to the core. Somehow Sruti Prabhu's long departure makes his final departure easier for us to bear. Goodbye, Sruti Dharma Prabhu, or better, Godspeed. Hare Krishna, Jayadvaita Swami.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, thank you, Mother Vishaka. I'd like to invite a member of Sruti Dharma's family. Turn this one off. That is Sital Sruti Dharma Prabhu's niece. She'll be fine.
Do I need to tiptoe? Yep, perfect. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the memorial evening for Sailesh Kaka. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sital. I'm his niece. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending various ceremonies throughout this week and celebrating his life with all of us. I'd also like to do a special thank you to all the devotees who've served him or served with him, served Krishna with him throughout the last 40 years. And also a special thanks to all the carers who've looked after him for the last 2 years. We from the Patel Profile would like to thank everyone who's come today, and we really hope that you enjoy your evening today and help us celebrate his life and just remember him. And as he's always said, this life is for serving others. Thank you, and hope you enjoy your evening. Hari Bol.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to hear from Radha Mohan.
Hare Krishna. I always felt the temple and Shruti, we all did, felt the temple and Shruti were inseparable entities. As Kripa Moya very nicely said, this community was built on love and friendship, and this was exemplified by Sruti Dharma Prabhu. So we must come together within these new walls around us and practice what we've learned from his life. My wife once said, let us honour his life by following his example. Sruti Dharma Prabhu was indeed a 24/7 devotee. He made his life for others, to encourage everyone he met to be in some way closer to Krishna, and to make them feel worthy, important, connected to Srila Prabhupada's mission. This was the mystic power of Sruti Dharma Prabhu. Preacher, counsellor, diplomat, ambassador, orator, actor, editor, sadhu, sadhaka, philosopher, and of course a father, a senior and somehow also a junior, a matchmaker and a birthday rememberer. But whatever he was indeed a friend to all, without discrimination, without bias. Everyone could relate to him. Of course, as a member of the Bhaktivedanta players, Sruti Dharma was the person who gave us gravity. He was much more senior to me with the play, and yet, despite all his other responsibilities, he still had time to come downstairs, stick a false moustache on and a wig, and get on the stage, sometimes filling in for missing actors. Of course, best played he played Haridas Thakur, but most importantly, the best ever Srila Prabhupada. And he truly absorbed himself into that character. It was quite extraordinary. So he came to us for fun and relief and service, but we accepted him with open arms for gravity and direction in the drama group. I got to be his taxi driver from about 2008, visit a few businesses for the Janmashtami magazine adverts, and of course, he wouldn't sleep much, but he did take a few afternoon naps in the car, and sometimes you have to wake up, we're here, Babu. They go, oh, okay. And there he would grab his Mangalati sweets, and off to the various business he would go. That was Shruti. And he somehow didn't sleep or eat like the rest of us. There was something transcendental going on there, I'm convinced. Also, many special events he would go to. He met councillors, MPs, locals and lords, businessmen. Diwali at number 10, the prayers in front of Theresa May, David Cameron, you name it. Buckingham Palace, the Queen herself. All loved him, all seemed to like him. Everybody did. It's incredible. I remember I asked Sruti Dharma, you went to see the Queen yesterday, and also you met her at the Vivanti house, at Haveli school as well. What's she like? He went, she had a nice shiny hat. And then started talking about and glorifying the devotees. And others, to him, all devotees were kings and queens and royalty in his eyes. Every devotee was a member of the royal family of Lord Chaitanya. Politicians of all parties would come to him for blessings and reassurance, even members of the cabinet. Oh, please, Shruti, pray for me so I can win the election. 1 minute it was Conservative, 5 minutes later it was Labour. Please, I pray to you, please help me win the election. We'll go downstairs and see Radha Gokulananda, and we'll so such a diplomat. Somehow or other he had a right answer for everyone, and everyone left feeling satisfied, and regardless of how the vote did end up, of course. He was non-sectarian. This was Sruti's ambassadorial interfaith face. Whatever he said to any religion, race, caste, creed or colour, He meant something for everyone, and he always seemed to say the right thing in the right audience, what was relevant to people of all faiths. Thus, he became chaplain for Harrow Council for, I think, in a 5-year period. He was the Harrow Interfaith chaplain for 3 of those years. And even, I think it was on the Christian Council, they wanted Sruti Dharma, the Hindu priest, as his chaplain. So it was incredible, really. They all loved him, not only at Heartsmere Council, but of course Harrow Council, anybody, Brent Council, you name it. And just very finally, I know we're stuck for time, no task was too small for Shruti Dharma, but as we all know, Janmashtami time, no box was too heavy to lift. And what can we say? I'm simply unworthy to be here, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. Hare Krishna.
And can we please hear Bharati?
So this is just a little letter between a few of us that we wrote. Dear Shruti Kaka, thank you for giving us your guidance and shelter, for taking us on so many parikrams so we could fall in love with the Dhams, Mayapur, Vrindavan and Jagannath Puri. Our trip to Mayapur in 2013 has to be our favourite. You even made us walk barefoot right from Chandradoy Mandir to Rajapur to offer Ganga Jal and Tulsi for the pleasure of Lord Jagannath. Thank you for always giving us some form of maha, whether it was just sweets, garlands, or a maha shawl. You always seemed to know when we needed it most. When in Radhadesh, we all went up a spiral staircase. Young Nimai at that point was scared of heights. You were very kind that you especially went up to go carry him back down. Thank you for being with us through all our ups and downs. You were present and instrumental in organizing our engagements, weddings, and other loved ones' funerals. Everything would just go smoothly because you were there. You were ISKCON's version of Father Christmas. Whenever you traveled, 90% of your luggage would consist of items for the deities or devotees for their service. Thank you for letting us join your group of elves, even though it meant carrying 96 kilos of luggage. We could never say no to you. Thank you for engaging us in services, whether cutting maha sweets, doing Janmashtami magazine admin because our handwriting was neat, or just encouraging us to come to house programs with yourself and Pranakaka. Thank you for guiding us in our personal lives. Back in 2005, many people were telling Vishal, it's time to take the next step, it's time to get married. But the only person he actually listened to was you. So one day, Vishal rings me saying, turn up at the Manor, dressed up nice on this day, we're getting engaged, Sruti Dharma Prabhu has booked the date. That was my proposal. Thank you for always coming to Sunday night Kirtan. You never came and sat in the front, but you would always come and sit on the side. It was always comforting to see you were there. We always knew you liked a certain melody because you would look through the window in the temple room and then you would come sit inside and then encourage everyone to dance. Thank you for teaching us the importance of serving and pleasing other devotees, and that includes making over 500 donuts filled with cream just because standard ring ones are a bit dry to eat. And also thank you for not liking bananas, that's for me personally, because it would mean that when we were cooking for the volunteers in the evening, we would get items like strobofi pie instead of banoffee pie. Thank you for giving us a home in Bhaktivedanta Manor, and most of all, thank you for being our Shruti Kaka. Hari Bol.
Now, I remember, thank you, Bharati, he always used to bring some item, at least, from India for me. Usually a book that he thought I would like. We're going to see a small film now, if we want to dim the lights, perhaps. And then afterwards, I'd like to invite Prana, please.
I feel, with Bhaktivedanta Manor, I feel it is my personal responsibility. That is how I see this as. I feel very privileged and that we have this responsibility, but I treat Bhaktivedanta Manor as my own.
The most inspiring aspect of the Bhaktivedanta Manor are Srila Prabhupada's quarters here. Whenever I enter those quarters, I'm reminded of how tirelessly Srila Prabhupada worked to translate the various books from Sanskrit into English. I'm reminded of his final stay here in the West at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Those rooms are windows into the spiritual world. Anyone that walks into those rooms becomes inspired that what this man has achieved, what can I do to contribute towards that?
Been very much dreading this day. Always been praying that it never happened in my life, but it's what it is. I wanted to say a few qualities about Sruti Dharma Prabhu and my last almost 50 years of being together with him. Sruti Dharma, his family, are a family of genuine love and compassion. My first meeting with Shruti was in my school days at Preston Manor. My life at home was very much troubled. My father passed away, and I did not know at the time my mother and Shruti's parents were working in the same factory. Somehow or the other, Krishna arranged, and my mother one day asked Shruti's mom, please, you look after my son. Now he's your son. And after that, my mom, she tried to take her own life, but didn't make it. And she went to India for many, many years, and I lost contact. But ever since that time, Shruti's family saw me as part of their family, saw me as his brother. We would catch, from school days, after on Fridays, we would catch the number 83 bus, or I think it was number 92, to the Mahabharat youth clubs. The three Murli-walas, myself, Shruti, and Atmanivedana Maharaj, Bhakta Harish, we would catch the bus to have a whale of a time at the Mahabharat youth club in Southall. We especially look forward towards the prasadam and the kirtan that we would really, really enjoy. And Fridays was the day that we were all looking very much forward to. It was in 1978, I think it was 79, Rath Yatra in Hyde Park. We all went for Rath Yatra, and Shruti said to me, we were pulling the cart of Lord Jagannath, and Shruti said, watch it. Whoever pulls the Rath cart of Lord Jagannath, his material life is finished. Of course, I said, it's all baloney, all baloney. And what happened a year and a half later, I joined Bhaktivedanta Manor, and Shruti came a few months after that. Shruti was a very determined devotee. We have always been involved in doing the needful at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Despite the ups and downs of life at the Manor, with gurus leaving and all manner of upheavals, we tried to remain true to serving Bhaktivedanta Manor. He would say, don't worry, Krishna is still God, Srila Prabhupada is still here, so we carry on, buddy. From fighting the Manor campaign, protesting outside Parliament, fasting till death, climbing Kilimanjaro, bathing in the ice-cold waters of the Ganga at Gomukh, making friends, and collecting funds has been the way of life. And he has many nicknames, from Laurel and Hardy, to Bonnie and Clyde, to good cop and bad cop. I'll leave you all to work out who's who on that last one. Shruti had many famous one-liners. All the time on Sankirtan, before we left, we would always recite the Shikshastakam prayers. Cheto Dharpana Marjanam, Bhava Maha, Devagni Nirvapanam. We recite the Shikshastakam prayers, and they'll be handing off from Sankirtan. And some of his one-liners. We would laugh and joke in the car like anything, making impressions. I would say, Shruti, my God, material life is so unfair, They said, yes, buddy, get used to it. He would always quote, obstacles are what we see when you take your guys off the goal. Giving your best and depending on Krishna, that's the recipe for success. He would say, joining ISKCON is like joining the mafia. The only way out is in a box. Shruti's focus was always to engage people in devotional service, encouraging them always to do something for Krishna, knowing full well that they will benefit eternally. Shruti led from the front, and I've always been the backroom staff for him. We made a great tag team. But sadly that now this tag team is no longer. My heart yearns that there's an immense void in my heart. And I pray to him wherever he is. I know he's looking down. He's probably laughing at this moment right now. He knows how much Prana never liked speaking on stage. But I pray to Shruti, please you continue to bless me that I can continue to fulfill your aspirations and you continue to maintain your legacy. And Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna.
And we would very much like to follow up Prana with Kaushik, please.
Hare Krishna. So, I don't know where to start, but maybe an important meeting I had with Shruti. It was the first meeting. I had just come out of the temple room at 7:30 Aarti, and Shruti was standing by the staircase. As usual, his first greetings were Hare Krishna, and we started talking. And then he asked me a few questions and whether I was chanting or not. And I said, yes, I do chant. And he says, how long do you chant for? I said, 1-2 minutes. Yes. So hold on. Then he got a bead from the shop and took me upstairs in Prabhupada's room. So as he opened the door, he made me sit behind the door and then initiated me into chanting of the Hare Krishna. So he showed me how to hold the bead, the first bead, chant the whole mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And that was my first meeting with Shruti. And then regularly would invite us to come to the Manor after 7:30 Aarti on a Sunday. So me, Dilip, our sisters, brothers, we would all congregate in the reception. There used to be a fireplace there. So we'll sit and discuss and debate gods, demigods, and all sorts of things. And Shruti had so much time for us. I mean, we would spend 2-3 hours just discussing. And in those days, it was good because there was not so many people. So we had Shruti to ourselves. Then he instructed me and Dilip to attend Sunday morning Aarti. So for almost 35 years, we've been coming every Sunday morning, and we chant in Prabhupada's room, pace up and down. And during those 2 hours, Shruti will pop in anytime because he had such a busy schedule, but he will pop in without fail for 5 minutes. And he would discuss or tell us about something philosophical, and those 5 minutes were most invaluable for us. And then over the years, we got to know him more and more. And then one Sunday morning, I was not in the mood of chanting. So he said, Kaushik, if you want to improve your chanting, you have to chant with hope. I said, Shruti, what does it? He was very good at acronyms and all that. So I don't know if this was a secret. He says, if you want to improve your chanting, this is the secret of chanting. Improving chanting is chant with hope. I don't know if he shared this with any of you. But then hope, what he meant was, H was for hearing, so you should hear while you chant. O was for chant one word at a time. P, Kaushik, you should pronounce the mantra properly. And the way I'm looking at you, you're not really in the mood to chant, so always chant enthusiastically. So chant with hope. That was his instructions to us. In the last few months, it's been tough. Also, I realized that sooner or later we're going to miss him. And when I used to go home, I would go on the internet and doing some reading, and one evening a poem popped up on my computer. I was reading and I came across a poem, and I was thinking, you know what? I mean, in the Shastras and Bhagavatam and all, you hear about devotees having dreams and Krishna coming and saying things. So in my own way, I was thinking, this is Shruti sending me a message because of this feeling of missing him. So maybe, I don't know if it's appropriate, maybe I can share that poem with you all this evening. Okay, here it goes. It's very short. But this is what I'm thinking this is what Shruti is relating to me. And it's entitled, Miss Me, But Let Me Go. So, when I come to the end of the road and the sun has set on me, I want no service in a gloom-filled room. Why cry for a soul set free? Miss me a little, but not too long, and not with your head bowed low. Remember the friendship we had once shared. Miss me, but let me go. For this is a journey that we all must take, and each must go alone. It's all part of Krishna's plan, a step on the road to back home. When you're lonely and sick of heart, go to the friends we know and bury your sorrows in doing good deeds. Miss me, but let me go. Shruti, it was my good fortune to have your association and friendship. Thank you, Shruti, for having me as your friend. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kaushik. When we talk about friends like Kaushik, we go back decades. This is one of the true tests of friendship, that it survives the years. We heard at the beginning of our evening from Mother Vishaka, who talked about Ajata Shatru, those whose enemy has never been born. And a derivative of that would be one who's friend to all. One of Shruti's old friends, old school friends, has now become a significant donor to his legacy, this beautiful Haveli. Please welcome on stage Pradeep Tamecha.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, Jai Sri Krishna. I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on a unique and a great soul of Sruti Dharma Prabhu, whom I first met 46 years ago in 1974 as students at Preston Manor School at Wembley. Our relationship has continued ever since, and I'm truly blessed to have known Sruti Dharma over the past so many years. The spiritual path chosen by the three inseparable friends, Sruti Dharma Prabhu, Prabhupada Das, and Atmadevan Swami, old school friends from Preston Manor School, for the selfless service of Krishna consciousness is beyond words. I remember them working tirelessly with other devotees, visiting people's houses and canvassing for the support to save the temple closure in the 90s. Amazing dedication and hard work, but they ensured that they won the support and found the solutions for all of us to be here today. I often used to say to Shruti Prabhu that you have chosen the Hari Hari Marg, and I have chosen the Hai Hai Marg. But he used to say to me, both are equally important for progress. But I should remember that the Lakshmi earned should be used wisely for the good of the society too, and not just for family. Wise words indeed. I was equally blessed that I last met Shri Prabhu on my return from India on Tuesday, the 3rd of March. He was definitely weak, but seemed stable. Although Shri Prabhu is no longer with us, his selfless service for Krishna consciousness and his vision for this new Haveli here to be completed will be remembered by all of us and the community at large as his lasting legacy that he has left for us. Shruti Prabhu, you will be deeply missed, not only by your family, but by the whole community. And we pray for your eternal peace and moksha. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
May I please invite Anuradha.
Hi, Krishna. I wanted this offering to be an offering of gratitude, so I'm addressing this to Sruti Dharma Prabhu. Dear Sruti Dharma Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. With sadness in my heart, but with deep gratitude, I want to thank you for all the guidance and blessings you have given me in my life. At 18, a group of us decided to join the ashram. From that point, you were always encouraging us to give a few years to serving Srila Prabhupada. We tried our best, and honestly, it was the best time of my life. Your instructions were so full of wisdom, and any problems seemed to be solved by listening to you. When my father passed away with terminal cancer, you and Pranabandhu Prabhu would often come to visit him in hospital, read to him, preach to him, and genuinely cared. When I got married, you were at the beginning waiting to receive my husband's family. You didn't have to, but out of kindness you did. You were always so encouraging to Rajmohini and Gopal Naika, and always giving them relevant instructions and most importantly blessings. You were so kind and considerate that every birthday I would wake up to a birthday blessing from yourself, and I did truly feel blessed. When I was told that my mother had only 48 hours to live, you were the first person I called. With your instructions and my Guru Maharaj's guidance, this situation was easier to deal with and process my emotions. You were the first person we told about Radha Damodar and Rajmohini's marriage, and to share in our happiness, you kindly insisted on providing Buskin's ice cream for all the guests. Neela Madhava was present too, and between you, it was all arranged. You were my godbrother, but you are so much more. You were like my Siksha Guru, my older brother. I am forever thankful to have you in my life and pray, please shower me with your blessings so that I can practice all your instructions sincerely and therefore be of some service to Srila Prabhupada. Your servant, Anuradha Devidasi.
Thank you, Anuradha. And now we will hear from His Grace Patanjali Muni Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Yeah. So here, first of all, I'm very much honored to be given opportunity to glorify Sri Dharma Prabhu. Here it says, this life is for serving others. So I'd like to change the format. Would you like to hear from Sri Dharma Prabhu? Is it a good idea? So this Sri Dharma Prabhu is a letter from Sri Dharma Prabhu. Actually, it's addressed to me, but actually message to all of you. So his letter was 4th of December, year 2013. Dear Patanjali Muni, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It gives me great pleasure to offer my heartfelt thanks to you for your service in year 2013. So it's not only me, it's offering to all of you his heartfelt thanks to all of you for the service. Bhaktivedanta Manor is involved in so many exciting, innovative projects aimed at fulfilling the desires of Srila Prabhupada. But none of these projects could have been initiated, maintained, and expanded without the creativity, vision, and dedication of the devotees of our Manor temple community. How can we fulfill the desires of Srila Prabhupada? So here, he's saying that how can we fulfill the desire of Srila Prabhupada? Which means we know that Srila Dharma Prabhu was very kind and always exemplary. But one thing is that he was always conscious of Prabhupada. How please Prabhupada? He goes further. Srila Prabhupada obviously emphasized the importance of following the practice and rules he laid down, and this certainly is a prerequisite. He himself was following very rigidly. As you know, he always come for morning program, and he attend all the program. He himself, like in Bhagavad Gita, is a perfect example. He says that yat yat acharati shreshtas, tat tat evetaro janaha. Here, Prabhupada translates the shreshta as respectful leaders. So whatever leaders perform, common man will follow. So Sruti Dharma Prabhu set the perfect example as respectful leader. This, however, Srila Prabhupada's desire was not only we become Krishna conscious, but we spread Krishna consciousness to as many people as possible. This extra dimension requires intelligence, organization, and above all, cooperation. A combination of all these aspects is why Bhaktivedanta Manor is continuing to take bold steps forward in sharing Krishna consciousness in so many wonderful ways. This year's theme has been 40th anniversary of Bhaktivedanta Manor. This 40, number 40, please remember this 40. Sri Dharma Prabhu joined 1980. So this year comes 40 years of his service. So throughout the year, devotees who have had the privilege of serving at the Manor shared their priceless memories and inspirational anecdotes of what makes the Manor so special. It has been 40 years, again another 40, since Srila Prabhupada installed our beloved Lordship Sri Radha Gokulananda. And as an opening of love, 200 volunteers dedicated a total of 3,000 hours to make a beautiful new outfit for their Lordship. A refurbished altar and new pujari room with better lighting and marble floor with underfloor heating was also offered. We paid great homage to Sriman George Harrison, who kindly donated the Manor to Srila Prabhupada and his followers. As a small gathering of close friends of George and Olivia Harrison attended the official opening ceremony of the George Harrison Garden. The number 40 was the theme as Harinams were performed in 40 different towns in 1 month, while the Gurukulis of the Manor organized and showcased a 40-hour kirtan in the temple room. We published 40th anniversary magazine and a gift, while devotees have this month made a commitment to distribute in total 40,000 books in Srila Prabhupada's December book marathon. In 40 years, over 40,000 Vaishnavas have come to offer their service to Radha Gokulananda. In particular, I would like to offer my gratitude to your department service by providing delicious prasadam. The kirtan department, kitchen department continues to provide spiritual nourishment to all who visit the Manor. Srila Prabhupada called ISKCON a kitchen religion, and providing prasadam for the Vaishnava is one of the 6 exchanges that Rupa Goswami mentioned. The consciousness of our kitchen team will elevate the enthusiasm at our temple. Your grateful servant, Sruti Dharma Das. So before I go down, I'd like to share one personal thing. Radha Mohan Prabhu said a lot of qualities that Sri Dharma Prabhu had. As you know, he's a good counselor, birthday rememberer. But one thing you will be surprised to hear, I'll show you now. He was an expert photographer. Have you known that? So, I married over 20 years ago. I was a hippie when I joined the Bhaktivedanta Manor. So I asked the hand a lady who's from very respectful Gujarati family. So our marriage wasn't welcomed. And also some of our community devotees also was very doubtful of our marriage. So practically our marriage wasn't welcomed by community, by family. So, but somehow we went ahead. So because he was not welcome the marriage, so we didn't arrange a photographer, we didn't arrange so many things. The only thing we arranged is Purushadam for the devotees. So that's why I think I'm still here. So for the devotee, we put the invitation card on the notice board. Please, I'm marrying to such and such day, please come. So on the wedding day, to our surprise, Sruti Baba came. But in his hand, truly in our surprise, there was a big machine. Looked like it's a machine from the Second World War. It's a camera. So this camera is not like this. It look like this, and then tick, and then take picture. So Sruti Baba, he took our wedding photos, and he personally put this album, and then personally put all the pictures, and then gave it to us a wedding present. And then the first thing he put was Srila Prabhupada. And then next, he put Radha Gokulananda and Sitaram and Lakshman Hanuman. And then our wedding photo started. So this shows, at that time, as you know, I was a hippie, just recently returned into Krishna consciousness. And then he had such a big heart that he gave us such a mercy that he gave this wedding album. Not only that, so this is the last sentence, yeah? Yes. After wedding, he didn't say any congratulations. He came to me, he looked right through my eyes, and then he grabbed me, welcome to the family. So, final sentence. Like a Prabhupada, he made a hippie happy. Sruti Dharma Babu ki.
So now you will never forget him. That was Patanjali. Probably the only Korean who can make a very nice Gujarati meal. May we, with the greatest of respect, ask all our noble contributors to keep to around 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you. So now, can we invite Godruma, followed by Krishna Purna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. It's amazing, so amazing to see all of you here, so many wonderful devotees. This is just a sign of how much respect and love that Sruti Dharma Prabhu, he generated, by his service. So Vishaka Mataji, she actually got the same verse that I was going to use. So, but that's really great because those qualities are amazing. But anyway, there was one other verse that I did get. And maybe somebody else has got it later. So, chapter 12, text 15. He for whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised and in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. Yeah? So, Sruti Prabhu was actually very dear to everyone. There's so many nice verses in the Gita that imbibe his qualities. So I first met Sruti Dharma Prabhu 41 years ago when I was 16 years old at the Mahabharat Youth Club. It was 1979. And like Pranabandhu was saying, the Wembley Wallahs were coming to South Hall. Atma Nivedana Maharaj, Pranabandhu and Shruti. So Sruti Prabhu, I think, was 21 at the time. So we used to have a great time there. Thanks to Akhandari Prabhu, he arranged that whole Mahabharat Youth Club facility to make us youngsters, give us the opportunity to become Krishna conscious. So when we joined the temple, it was 1980, and Sruti Prabhu, he stayed with Akhandari to be trained personally by Akhandari Prabhu, and the rest of us, we were on the traveling parties with Balabhadra Prabhu, doing door-to-door all over the country. I think we did that for quite a long time. So Sruti Prabhu, for me, he was my hero. So he was always my guide. And he was always very, very intelligent, and we would always go to him for guidance and assurance. So we all went through many difficult times together. We had so many gurus coming and so many gurus going and so many things happening in ISKCON. But somehow or other, we had to kind of keep going, and his help was amazing. So we had so many difficult times together. We had so many amazing, wonderful times together also. And there was a strong camaraderie between that group of devotees. And I think that kept us a little bit sane. So Sruti Prabhu, he was a fearless preacher. I went with him on so many programs, so many events, and so many places. And he would not be afraid to approach anyone, whether they're a dignitary, a politician, a royalty, or whatever. Even sometimes we'd go to a program that we were not invited to, and he would go right up to the front and get on the stage, and then be part. But, the way he carried himself and the way he spoke and conducted, everyone was just like, yeah, he's supposed to be there. And I remember sometimes, like every time my phone rang and it was Sruti Prabhu on the phone, I knew, okay, this is, it would mean some kind of surrender, It was some kind of service, So one day I was up in the ashram and I was shaving my head, and I'd shaved half of my head, and then the phone rang and it was Sruti Prabhu. And then he said somebody was supposed to take me to a program in Wembley as a big event, but they couldn't do it. Would you like to do that? And I said, when would you like to go? He said, right away. So I was thinking, well, half of my head is shaved and half isn't. And I thought, I just can't refuse him, I have so much respect for. So I said, okay, I'll be there. Just give me a few minutes, I'll be there. So I took the foam off the rest of my head and I put some tilak on, and then I got ready and I put wrapped a chadar around my head. And then we went to Wembley to the Ealing Road Hindu temple, and we were up on the stage with all some swamis and everything. And I was thinking, I hope the chadar doesn't fall off my head. So, yeah, but anyway, I got away with it, So, and I would regularly massage him. Sometimes we'd go up to Dwarkapuri's room and massage him there. And because he was taking on a lot of the weight of the temple and burden, he'd have a lot of tension in his neck and his shoulders. And then we had so many wonderful times together. And sometimes we would laugh together. And there was one incident on the traveling party with Atmanivedanam Swami. It was Bhakta Harishta in 1981. It was in Bolton. Sruti Prabhu was at the Manor here with the Akhandari, but he would laugh when we always told him this story. So Dwarkapuri would organize the streets where we have to go door to door. He'd give us a card with all the streets. And then in the evening we'd come back, we'd go out selling books and calendars and things. So then we came back in the evening, and Bhakta Harish Atmanivedana Maharaj had only sold a couple of books and a couple of calendars. So the party leader said to him, what happened? He said, the area I was given, when I went there was no houses there, all been demolished. So the party leader told him, no, you're completely you must be in Maya. I think you must have been meditating on sex life. So we used to laugh with Shruti Prabhu about that, because they said, well, what's the sex life got to do with the houses being demolished? Anyway, that was one of the things. So, says, I'm feeling so very sad to lose the association of my friend and guide Shruti Prabhu. But I'm so happy that he is free from difficult bodily condition, and he has made it back home to be with his eternal Lord. At least we know some great souls who have attained Goloka, and that is our blessing and good fortune. We can show our love for Shruti Prabhu by taking on board what he was teaching us and be inspired to do what he lived for, establishing Srila Prabhupada's movement and sharing Krishna consciousness everywhere. And I'll just end with one last verse from Bhagavad Gita. This is from chapter 12, text 7. It says, "For one who worships me, giving up all activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, who has fixed his mind upon me, O son of Pritha, for him I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death." Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna. I'm not much of a speaker, but I'll go. It's like a diary I'm going to go through. Sruti Dharma Prabhu, we met him in 82. Him and Brahman Prabhu came to our business. That's how we started off. And after that, it was like a weekly meetings at our business. And they used to come, and a lot of philosophical discussion used to take place with both of them. It was like tea, or not tea at the time. It was just juice and like some, chevda or something like that. So every week they would come, and we would spend time, and that's how we got a lot of initial association from them, a lot of knowledge from them as well. And also when we started coming to the temple, we were really looked after well. So I just wanted to say, Shruti was never he would never shy away from services, people, whatever came his way. So, and because in the beginning, there weren't many congregation members, so we were getting a lot of attention. Vishal, my son, actually was in hospital in 83, and Sruti Dharma Prabhu became NSC. So I was with him at the time. So I was I was surprised, devotees coming to see both of us. So that was first surprise they gave me, that devotees are looking after us very well. Again, when Ujjwal, my younger son, was born in 84, they came in again. In those days, they weren't phone, so obviously they are not going to ring you and tell you, we are just coming over. They pop in, and we are glad to see them. Devotees, they've got so much time for us. And then in 85, I don't know, a few of you might remember, I think Prabhupada Prabhu would definitely remember. Sruti Dharma Prabhu, Prabhupada was actually shaving Ujjwal's hair, and Sruti Dharma Prabhu was, they were behind the cottage, just in this area, just 4 or 5 of us, and he was reciting some mantras. So as I said, Shruti didn't shy away from anything. Whatever came his way, he would do. It's not that I can't do this, this is beyond me, okay, chant mantras, do this. And then from 88, Srila Prabhu used to come regularly to our house and stay for a few days, every other month or something, and then from there they would go out preaching. That continued for a long time, and we got a lot of association, my family, my kids, myself, and also a lot of congregational members, because we used to actually have programs, invite them. So like that, they got a lot of, other people also got a lot of association. That includes actually Rameshwar Prabhu. I think he's somewhere there. They got Krishnangi Mataji also, they got association from them. That continued till, and actually at the time, both of them told us, a time will come, we won't be able to spend so much time with you, because the congregation is going to go bigger, and we won't be able to. And which came true, especially after Sri Rama Prabhu got married, and Pramand also, moved out in a house. So after that, we hardly got much, but whatever we got was before that, and it was a constant association from both of them. And Sruti Dharma Prabhu, sometimes you have something on your mind, you don't want to say anything, but he had a way of actually getting it out of you. I don't know how many of you experienced that, but I experienced it. Like, I may be upset, or like I want to say something, and I won't reveal, and he'll like slowly get it out of you, like a churning of an ocean, like, slowly get it out of you, and then he will give you advice or whatever was necessary. So that was his character, like, very kind-hearted, like understanding, and like, he probably saw through you, that what you want to say, what you want to reveal, and he'll get it out slowly from you. And so that was it. And when my kids were growing up, when they started coming to our house and staying, a few times he even, if I'm busy doing something, he would say, okay, I'll go and pick up the kids. So a few times he also did that for me. School was quite near, so he would go walk to the school, chanting his rounds, and actually pick up the boys from there. The other thing when he used to stay at our house, he actually was learning harmonium. So when every day, he would be learning for a few hours, learning harmonium. In 1996, we took initiation from His Holiness Bhakti Churu Maharaj, and he came to us and he said, we want you to take second initiation as well, first and second together. And my husband, we said, no, we don't want to take. We are happy with first now. And he said, no, it's about time. You've been initiated a long time. Just take first and second. So it was him actually encouraging us, okay, go this way, and not just encouraging, he was also blessing. It's not that, okay, you take initiation and do, but always his blessings were there. Now this may be a bit funny one. In 98, just when he was about to get married, before that, one day he comes with his dhotis and kurtas, and it was white color. And he gave it to me. He said, Krishna Purna, can you wash them? So I washed them, I ironed them, and that's that's one of the funny moments with Sri Rama Prabhu, that he brought his dhotis and everything in white color. Before that, obviously, he was in saffron. Also, when we were having retreats, every Easter time we would have retreat. So I'm a really laid back, so I wouldn't push myself. Then he would say, Krishna Purna, come on, we have to discuss the theme, we have to do the program, we have to invite the speakers. So he would literally push me all the time, come along, and like that we would then work out our schedule and everything. So he was always enthusing, he was always forward, rather than let her do. He did let me do, but at the same time he always used to encourage me, let's do it together, because he knew I'm too lazy. Now, one thing which has always stuck to me about Sri Ram Prabhu, I don't know if Pradyumna Prabhu is here? No. About 15, 17 years ago, there was Pradyumna, myself, and Sri Ram Prabhu. We were, we were waiting for a festival committee meeting. And Pradyumna Prabhu told Sri Ram Prabhu, Shruti, now you don't go on the field and work. You just walk around and actually just give your messages. You talk to people. And at that particular moment, Sri Ram Prabhu said, no, actually I have to set example. So I have to still go and help everybody and enthuse them like that. So earlier, I think Patanjali Prabhu said, he was exemplary. He actually set examples. He just didn't say, okay, you do this. He did it himself. And before he actually was diagnosed, he used to help every Janmashtami, every festival. He would put his trousers on and go in the field and actually help. And I'm sure a lot of you will agree to that. And that was the beauty of him. He himself would do it and set example. It wasn't just ordering us, do this. It wasn't like that. He actually did it. And a few years ago also, I actually would request seniors to come to the kitchen for Anukut. Because Anukut can be very difficult because we are not young. So it was a difficult situation. So I would ask all my seniors, come and help us. One person who would come, Brahmada Prabhu used to come anyway. He would come and help us for a few days. But Sruti Dharma Prabhu would come and spend time with us. And he would say, what would you like me to do? So I said, as such, I don't want you to do much, but please just go in different groups and encourage them. Please enthuse them. So he will help them for a little while. He will talk about some Krishna stories, and then after a couple of hours he would go. So again, that was he was setting an example that all of you follow what I'm trying to do. 2018, just before at the end of January, beginning of January, he kept on telling me. He said, "Krishna Puna, we need to talk," because in a couple of months he would say, "We haven't spoken for some time." So 2018, he kept on, from beginning of January, he kept on telling me, and I would say, yeah. End of January, he caught me. He said, "Come on, we need to talk." And that's actually the last time I actually spoke to Sri Rama Prabhu properly, proper instructions, heart-to-heart talk. And I missed that. When he was actually, the last instructions from Sri Rama Prabhu was when I used to go and drop prasadam to him. So a couple of times I stayed a little back when he's eating something. So I asked him, "Should I please give us some instructions to me, what I need to do?" And he said, "Continue spreading Lord Chaitanya's message." So those were the twice he actually gave me that message. So I said, "Thank you very much. I'll try my best because you've given me the instruction." And also, quite a few of us are actually doing service for Sri Rama Prabhu, cooking. For me, it wasn't, we were doing service, he was allowing us to do service. Lord Krishna was allowing us to do service for him because he had done so much for all of us. So that is a little thing we could do for him. And I would like to thank him that he allowed us to do that little service for him. And I would like to thank him that he actually helped all our family members. Actually, he was part of our family. As I said, from beginning, he was coming for my kids. They used to call Kaka. And my grandchildren, he was Dada. As all of you know, that is very intimate, actually, feeling. Like Baladev Dada, they were saying, Shruti Dada has gone, and he was crying. So for our family, he has been totally a part of our family. And I'll miss him. Hare Krishna.
Memory.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. I'd like to read my offering to dear Shruti Prabhu. Dear Shruti Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm an insignificant servant amongst all these elevated Vaishnavas who have dedicated their lives in this moment, and they've been glorifying you for your wonderful, glorious qualities. Nevertheless, I would like to express my gratitude for how amazingly you have touched our life. In 2013, when we were faced with some difficulties back in India, just over a short phone call, you assured us to come back to UK and everything will be all right, including our concerns for our children's schooling, our association, and our overall well-being. Indeed, that one call from you made all the difference in our life, and we arrived back in UK to be welcomed by you and other devotees at Bhaktivedanta Manor community. You personally took charge of our well-being and helped us in every possible way to give us the most needed support and the new start in our spiritual life here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. You requested His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrit Maharaj to give us shiksha and guidance so we can make further progress, and you also handed over to us to our respective mentors. I can still very well recall that you personally took me around Krishna Avanti school to show me and introduce me to the various teachers and other parents. When my wife, Rindarika Ramaya, had the good fortune to be under the guidance of her mentor, her Grace Sri Radhika Mataji, and she felt from the day one protected and nourished in her spiritual life. When she brought out the challenges we faced with Sri Radhika Mataji, she was extremely supportive and ensured that I get some guidance, or rather chastisement, from Shruti Prabhu on this matter. With so many responsibilities at your stake, you still took time to call me in your office for personal meeting to instruct me that how important it is to cooperate in the family life. You helped us to take the most important decision in our life of accepting our spiritual master, His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, by taking me with hand to His Holiness Radhanath Swami so I could seek the guidance and gain some clarity in order to make this most important decision of our life. I can still feel the firm grip of your hands, Shruti Prabhu, full of warmth and affection that day. You were certainly our Path Pradakshak Guru. One day, being inspired by a lecture of my spiritual master, both myself and my wife ran into your office, asking for your blessings to start an initiative to distribute Srila Prabhupada's sets of books through a project called Go Matsya. You looked at me very gravely and said, "You're about to take on a marathon, and this will require a lot of sacrifice. If you're up for it, then you have my blessings." I'm pleased to say, Shruti Prabhu, that since then, not only us, but many devotees in our congregation have come forward to support us, and not just one project. We have over 6 projects running in the Sankirtan initiatives at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Your glorious departure, as described by His Grace Gauri Prabhu, has left some profound effect in our lives. And my small reflection is that Lord is pleased when He is glorified. However, He is more pleased when His devotee is glorified. I do honestly think that there could have been no better way to open Sri Krishna Haveli, for which you have worked hard with other devotees, than this, which is through your glorification, Shruti Prabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would surely be most pleased on this God Purnima festival. Shruti Prabhu, I'm certainly a failure for not having performed any personal service to you while you were walking this planet. However, I do have one hope, which is to serve those who served you with some vigor and enthusiasm and profound conviction in the words of Srila Prabhupada that the best way to please a devotee is to follow his instructions. Bhaktivinoda Thakur comments that he reasons ill who tells that a Vaishnav die. When you though art living still in sound, the Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy names. Taking the inspiration from all your instructions and affection you have showered on us, we will do what you had mentioned once while, in fact it was just played in this video just now, quoting Srila Prabhupada, that his problem was that he could never think small, and he wanted us to think big, and so did you, Shruti Prabhu. Hence, we will push some boundaries and do some serious damage to the material energy through the resounding sound of Brihad Mridanga here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, which we sincerely hope will be heard by you while you continue to serve Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda in Golok Vrindavan. Just to bring things in perspective in today's world, coronavirus is only a fractional representation of the material energy of the Lord. However, your life will be a great example to us and many for spreading the Karuna virus, life full of compassion, which is meant for serving others. Your aspiring servants, Divyanam Das, Vindarika Ramya Dasi, and the entire Sankirtan team at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Hare Krishna.
So, some devotees could not be here with us tonight, but we are broadcasting this live. However, there is a problem. Each of your phones is in itself a computer, and it's using up so much bandwidth that we cannot broadcast successfully. So could you take your phone and turn off your Wi-Fi? Now, sometimes one person is the teacher in a friendship, and another person is the student. Then one person becomes the student, and the other becomes the teacher. Shruti and Prana were definitely men of God, but who was the godfather? Who was the teacher and who was the student? Sometimes you couldn't tell who was being guided by who. Please put your hands together and welcome Rameshwaran Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, I'm not used to speaking, so please excuse me from the beginning. You know, when we are paying homage, all of a sudden something came to my mind. You know, when a person is departed, all of a sudden we realize the value. Even though we knew, but we realize in a better way, and and then thought came, there's been a group at the Manor, so many people who are giving dedicated service, but we don't have time to appreciate them, and at that particular stage to, appreciate their value and say thank you to them. So, just a small request: see the better part of people who are serving you. And I've been privileged to work with a lot of people who give selfless service to the Manor. And I feel that it was a privilege to work with them. And of all the people, Shruti will come first in my mind. So That's how I'll start my talk. I've written a lot of, so please bear with me. First of all, I thank the families for allowing me and the committee to allowing me to speak. I might have given a lot of pain as I'm a bit stubborn. And, I do give pain to people, and Shruti must have had something from me as well. But it was never meant in a bad way. There were, prana and Shruti, you can't separate. When you talk of Shruti, you have to talk of prana. It's in a way, I would say, when you talk of Ram, you talk of Lakshman. One is wise, giving you, values. The other one is the active one, who is doing all the work. Same way, I feel this duo did the work and encourage us into doing what normally we would not have been able to achieve personally. Why? Because there was nobody to encourage you. When in this video he said, think big. And unless there is somebody to guide you to think that way, you will always remain in their small shell. So, I'll go from there. Because my wife told me, please don't read it, just try to speak. So that's what I'm trying to do. She won't like it, but when I say that I'm getting old, my memory is fading. So, I might mention some dates which might not fit into the calendar. But, I came across all these people somewhere in early 80s. I used to visit temple, but I didn't know why I was coming, because I'm a Jain background, and from a where there's no deities. There are two different paths in Jainism. One believes in deities, the other one doesn't. But I didn't know about Jainism, and I didn't know about Krishna. So my journey started here. I used to come in 70s, but in 80s, I saw this big board that this temple will be closed unless unless we renovate the kitchen. And that's where this fool got involved. And ever since, I think Prana and Shruti must have thought this is a sacrificial goat. In Gujarati say, a bakro atma aivo. So, as a fool, I said, oh, yeah, I'll try to raise the money. This is the first time I've joined any sort of community or anything. And I don't know much about anything, but yeah, I said, I'll try to do it. And Krishna helped me to do it. And ever since they thought I was a fundraiser. But in my heart, I know that I'm an official beggar. I beg. And somehow or the other, Krishna provides for it. Yeah, I had privilege to have a lot of time with both of them, Prana and Shruti. During December marathons, they used to come and stay with me sometimes. And, as usual, Shruti will be getting up early, reading. Prana, like me, was lazy, and we get up late. But and they will disappear. Most of the time, they will have their meals wherever they were visiting, but once in a while, they will call me or Krishangi, oh, can you make Maru's bhajia and other savories? That was his favorite, Maru's bhajia. So Krishangi will make, but I was happy because that was my favorite as well. So, that's how life was. And, one quality of Shruti, which was very prominent, was even though he knew there was something which will be done, but he wanted to give importance to somebody else. And I'll give you a simple example. When it was time to do start project for Krishna Avanti, he spoke to me because the project was 2.5 million, and the committee, Navin Krishna, etc., had relied on a person, or not a person, but a group of people from where the money was going to come. But to whatever reason, we were looted that money. So that money was not in the pot. So Shruti spoke to me on the side saying, Rameshwar, what do you think? Can we do this project? And I said, because I love education, I said, yes, we can do it. So the idea was his. But in order to give importance to me, he sent Navin Krishna to me. Said, Navin, Rameshwar is the one who will help to make this decision. And that's how, we took on this project of 2.5 billion. But that's his quality, to make you important, so that, other people feel better. And, I can go on about other things, but I will leave it out because it's like a Ramayana I've written. Right, one thing I remember is Prana, myself, and I forget another devotee's name. See, I'm old now. We were fasting in front of Liberal Party. We sat there for 7 days and, fasted. But Shruti used to visit us. But C.B. Patel came and said, just fasting by itself is not sufficient. We should be doing something more whereby there is public awareness. So he said, we will have fanas, I don't know what is called, a lamp, and everybody will carry a lamp and we'll go to Houses of Parliament and we'll crawl around looking for justice, a British justice. That's how it was. So we were all struggling, and here is Shruti on his all four, crawling like a spider, That was Shruti, yeah. And, then I come to, like Janmashtami, like Krishna Puna said before me, he will put on his rags and he will be on the field trying to help you as much as he can. And that encouraged all of us to work. That was his quality. And there are, I'm told there are 1,600 volunteers. I bet you he knew each of them. He would know their name. Why? Because he will go to every place to encourage people. You're doing a great job. And he knew the names. He knew what you were doing. And he will encourage you. Now, the other thing comes to my mind is, he was very reluctant to take any post. To make him temple president was a mammoth task for us. But, soon after, he made sure that most of the responsibility was transferred to managing director who could, take the reign, because he himself didn't want to get involved with things. So this is the quality of a leader who wants nothing for himself but give credit to others and encourage others to do greater things than they provide you with a platform from which you can do a lot of things. For myself, I can say, when I wanted to build schools in Vrindavan, he was the first one. Even though, I don't know if Nila is here or not. Nila was objecting, why you want to do something away from the Manor. All whatever you want to do, you do for here at the Manor. And I said, no, education is in my heart. And Shruti was the first one to say, Rameshwar, go ahead and do it. Now, if I didn't have those sort of encouragement, there wouldn't be schools. They would in Vrindavan, Mayapur, everywhere. So I thank him to give me this platform, to encourage me. And I really miss him. So from my heart, I say, Shruti, please keep a place for me, because I just say last thing here. That, I always used to joke with him. I say, Shruti, because of you, I've given away a lot of my wealth. And you promised me, for all I do, I will, have a place at Krishna's lotus feet. I said, because I'm older, so if I go up there, and if Krishna hasn't given me a place, or if Krishna is not there, I'll come and haunt you. Do you know what was his answer? He said, Rameshwar, listen, if there is no Krishna, that means there is nothing. Then there is no way you can come and haunt me. I say, yeah, that makes sense. But, in my heart, I have felt that he is the one who was always giving me nectar, and I was giving him pain. But I will not give him pain anymore, but I say, I love you, and I always love you. And Prana, I love you as well. Hare Bo.
Yes. Education is very important. It's very interesting that the big projects that we've been talking about tonight, they begin with a small step. And invariably, that small step begins with a seed, and the seed is often encouragement. And many of you have spoken about how Shruti was a great encourager. To give encouragement means to give courage. It means there's always fear in taking the next step. And one big step, of course, was the Avanti Trust, the Krishna Avanti schools that began some years ago. So please welcome to the stage Usha, who's the Avanti Trust Educational Director.
Thank you. My glasses. Yeah, I've got them. Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you. I want to pay a tribute, but also say a very massive thank you. My gratitude to Sruti Prabhu for all he gave us, gave me, and the path that he showed me and introduced me to. I want to just begin by saying, in thinking about my gratitude today, I didn't quite know where to begin. And I begin by sharing with you my personal feelings of tremendous loss that I feel. I think the void that was felt by a lot of us over the period that Sruti Prabhu wasn't quite available to us to see him materially, and to see less of him, how clever of him to have got us used to that before he made his final journey altogether. In a somewhat selfish and I think in a very ignorant way, I do feel a little rudderless. But I also know that with deeper contemplation, and with Krishna's mercy, and with Shruti Prabhu's mercy, it is possible to move from an emotional and a superficial response that we often have in the first instance to loss and great losses, such as the one that we are all sharing today. It is possible to move to the path of Krishna consciousness, which teaches you better than to live in mourning and move on with life in the way we ought to be living it. And much of that learning and teaching came to me from Shruti Prabhu. I first met him when I came to work for Avanti Schools Trust, and it felt like we had met before, and we knew each other already, and we became closer and interacted with each other in ways that made sense when I thought about it in retrospect, because it came from our conversations when I would share with me my images and my memory of my father's engagement with Srila Prabhupada ji in India as a child, when he would be in conversations and in discourses with Srila Prabhupada before he came abroad. And I think that was a strong connect that we established together between ourselves. Shruti Prabhu was my mentor, he was my teacher, he was my wise counsel, he was my spiritual master and a wonderful guide to me, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and in all manners of encouragement that he always gave me, so that I could not fall behind in what he was trying to guide me towards. He had this exceptional quality, and I want to just mention some of my experiences in terms of Shruti Prabhu's relationships and in his abilities to engage with no matter who, no matter where, with equal ease. It was pretty exceptional. And whoever he came into contact with, he would give them, and we've heard lots of examples while I've been listening to everybody paying homage to Shruti Prabhu about how much he cared for whoever he came across. He left everybody feeling like he was their best friend, and he was the person who would care for anybody and everybody. And I think what happened for Avanti Schools, he played an enormously valuable and strong part in, along with, of course, Naveen Krishna Prabhu. They were pivotal in making sure that the development of Avanti schools, communities, those schools grow as Krishna conscious communities. And I think that is an absolutely phenomenal achievement if you look at where those schools are. I remember that at the start of each term, we would invite Shruti Prabhu, and this is how comfortable and at ease he was, no matter what his audience. Shruti Prabhu his background was not in education. He came to us at the beginning of every term. We would invite him. Staff would have a prayer meeting, and after our prayer meeting, Shruti Prabhu would speak to the teachers to inspire them, to guide them, to provide them spiritual impetus, by reminding them what the task was. This was no normal school, this was no ordinary school. And that played a really very important part in us being able to raise the children who came to our schools to this day, with growing up with the values that are our values here, as Krishna conscious communities beyond the schools as well. I think in the conversations with the senior leaders, he was equally eloquent in steering them along the path of Krishna consciousness, bearing in mind that people who teach in our schools are not always all Hindu, are not all from our own backgrounds, ethnically and culturally either. But similarly, for school assemblies, he was equally at ease with the children. He would tell them stories, and from stories came many of his teachings. And those teachings children could refer to. And they would make references to the conclusions that Shruti Prabhu would draw from these stories in their own conversations, especially when they were chastising each other. Of course, they get very moralistic at those times, children. So I think in terms of in the way, and I think somebody earlier referred to it as well, what was my everlasting memories of one of Shruti Prabhu will be watching with great delight, an immense pride, and with a smile on my face always, somehow, from somewhere, wherever we were, whether it was in the House of Commons, or it was in the House of Lords, or it was at the Abbey, wherever we were at these important places, from somewhere, Shruti Prabhu's radiant face, small man, invariably amidst very tall white men with grey suits, he would just pop up from somewhere and be there, and you were saying earlier, on the stage, making his presentations, and somehow always getting representation of Avanti children to these very important occasions, whether it was 10 Downing Street celebrating Diwali festival, our children were there. So he gave the children the place, the exposure. He gave Avanti the exposure for what it is. And I think that was the kind of ability he had to communicate, to engage, to actually get into those conversations, whoever, whatever the age, whether a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old or a temple gathering congregation, always there. With the high and mighty of this land, he didn't hesitate either. And those of you who were here for the groundbreaking ceremony of this Haveli, you'll remember David Cameron, the running Prime Minister at the time, was here. And those were the kinds of privileges that he brought to our community. And it was all about service, of course. It was never for himself. And that is probably the biggest lesson that I learned from Shruti Prabhu, and it will stay with me. He leaves us tremendous legacies, tremendous in the hundreds and thousands of children in Avanti schools at the moment. They're all on paths of Krishna consciousness is our dream and our ambition, and no doubt it will happen too. He leaves us with the challenge, and he talks about big things, and that is the challenge, not to give up on those big things as a community ourselves. He also leaves us to bear in mind that there are some lofty ambitions we can. Haveli is not the end of it. There are more ambitions we must have for Krishna consciousness and spreading it in the best way that we can to meet Srila Prabhupadaji's dream. So I just want to say to you that I want us to think about, and of course he gave instructions to me too. And I know I must follow them because he will be watching. And wherever he is, he watched and he chased you if you didn't meet those. And we heard about that as well. I think most importantly for all of us, his teaching will stay true till all of us go off on our onward journeys. And that was that the only valid life is the life of serving, and serving the Lord and our love for Krishna. Hare Krishna.
In connection with my appeal to you to pass on your written offerings, can I introduce you to Sandipan Krishna, who's just waving at you at the moment. He will take those offerings. However, we also have a table out in the hallway, and you can make a note if you haven't written something yet. You can leave a note or a message in our book. I'm also duty-bound to inform you that prasadam will be served quite shortly. Maybe small batches of people can go at one time. The head pujari of Bhaktivedanta Manor is a very important position. He funnels, you could say, the ceremonial functions of connection between the congregation and the Lord. But what we haven't touched upon as yet is Shruti's participation in the regular worship of Radha Gokulananda. He was a regular on the altar. So let us hear now from our head pujari, Gadadhar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Step up close.
How I met Shruti first. This was at the Hindu temple in Leicester, 1981. And that time, the brahmacharis, Sruti Dharma, Pranabandhu, Dwarkapuri, Godrumna, they were doing Sankirtan. One of them came to my house and gave me a book. I went over to see them at the Hindu temple, and that's when I met Shruti. And I thought, wow, this guy is absolutely amazing. He was a young boy, similar to my age, and at that time he was working in Northwick Park Hospital. And I thought, these guys got something which I don't have. And I thought, they're so happy, and they're all young kids, all wearing saffron. And I remember to this day, Dwarka Puri made a pasta with ghee, and that was wow. I've never had anything like that. A few days later, they took me to the Jani family's No Nityananda's Parents' Day Festival. It was at the house, and this is the first time I've ever had about 27 different preps. My stomach swelled up. I could not ride home that day. And I thought, hang on a minute, this is something that I need to do. I left home, never ever looked back. As time went on, I got to know Shruti quite well, and I was very, very impressed by his intelligence. He was always interesting to hear what he had to say. One thing that I look forward to on the festival days, Ram Navami, Gopanim, Janmashtami, Srila Prabhupada's Parents' Day, Shruti would make an announcement, and I would sit there and listen what he had to say. It was very, very, very like, wow, I've not heard this before. I've not heard this before. He would always something new, something enlivening, something interesting. Even when he went to the funeral, there was Pranabandhu doing the Gujarati version, Sruti Dharma do with the English version, and he would bring up stories that you've never ever heard. As some of you know, his name, Shruti, means one who hears and remembers. The guy had an amazing memory. He was always there. Don't know how he made it. Sometimes we talk about devotees having 8 mystical yoga systems he can manifest. He was there for Mangalati, then he'd be here there for that program, this program, that program, but always there. Sometimes I wonder if he ever slept. Right. Afterwards, on the festival days, many times he would come, especially on big festival like Janmashtami, Gopanim, Govardhan Puja and Diwali. He would be there. And in the corridors, Pranabandhu and Sruti Dharma would receive all the guests. Sama Barak, Happy New Year. Sama Barak, Happy New Year. He led by example. And that was very, very inspiring. Not only for many years, he came every Tuesday morning, woke the deities up, offered Mangalati. Sometimes Prana had a go at me. He says, why are you getting him to do this? You have enough people. I said, he wants to do it. He would wake up, even though Jivapati was there, he would wake up, come and wake the deities up, offer Mangalati, then he'd be gone. Every festival, he was always there for the Abhishek. He would do the Abhishek and then leave. And it was so inspiring. He would come in, give his comment on the deities, how they're dressed and how they're happy, and he gives some advice. And I used to look forward to that, because this is one thing that I miss on a festival day, that Shruti would come, say some announcement, and you think, whoa, that's good. And then you would repeat that to so many others after that. Also, surprisingly, not many people know this, he also learned how to dress the deities. Many of my pujaris don't know that. He learned how to dress Chota Radha Krishna. He learned how to dress Gornitai. And he also learned how to cook some breakfast offering if he had to. So he was a man of many talents. Sometimes a lot of people don't know. We talk about marathons. Just now we had Devi Nam talking about marathons. Little does he know the marathons that Sruti Dharma and Pranabandhu did. And only God knows how many Bhagavatam sets and CC sets they distributed. And they won many, many marathons. I remember one time I was doing the CAN program with the ladies, and there was Pranabandhu and Sruti Dharma doing their marathon. We were neck and neck, but still, we managed to collect 20,000, and they managed to collect 25,000. Not only as a temple president and as a Sankirtan leader, he set by example, he led by example. Right. I like to say that Shruti was always there for me. When I was getting married, he was there to receive me as a brahmachari. He was there for my wedding day. Kandidi was there, Jai Krishna was there. We took Srila Prabhupada on that day on the front lawn, which we have never ever done. Shruti was there for my daughter, Brajamohini and Radha Damodar, when they got initiated and when they got married. He was also there for my younger daughter, Gopal Naika, when she got initiated recently. So he's been there with my family for many years. Some time ago, when Shruti was sick, I had a service opportunity to serve him every Thursday morning, to go to the house and take care of him. So what happened one day, I would go there and sometimes Shruti goes, "Hey, it's great, you know what? I'm living next door to you." I said, "What?" He says, "I'm living next door to you. It's amazing how I'm living next door to the head Pujari." And I was like, I just kept quiet. That time, I asked Shruti's wife, I said, "Hey, Shruti, you want to come for Prasadam?" He looked and asked Radhika, says, "Can I take him, please?" That time he's mobile, so he says, "Yeah." So we came to the manor, took darshan, then we went home, and he spent a good couple of hours with my family, with my children and my wife, and gave wonderful advice, wonderful instructions, and talk, and I could never forget that. Thank you very much, Sruti Dharma, for this. Lastly, I'd like to say, if it wasn't for that phone call that Gauri called me, I just finished my rounds after Gopanim, sitting at home, and Gauri says, "Hey, Gadara, what about bringing the deities over?" I said, "Yeah, it was 7:20. I said, "Sure, let me take a shower." And he says, "Who shall I bring?" He said, "Ram Srila." My wife questioned, he said, "Can we take Giriraj?" I said, "That'll be good." So we rushed over to the temple. On the altar was Rishikesh and Anant Kumar. I said, let's grab the deities. Let's go over. I rang Gauri Prabhu and I said, "We're bringing over." And we brought the deities over. I placed Ram Srila on his head, then Giriraj, then Shishi Gornitai, and placed them on the table. And Gauri led them kirtan, and that was so nice. Afterwards, we had to go back, so I said, "Can I leave my Giriraj here?" And he said, "Yes." So I put Giriraj one side of the pillar, Ram Srila on the other side of the pillar. Then we all went back. And I came back and I knew that I'd forgotten giving a garland. So there was a garland of Radha Gokulananda. I took that, went back, put the garland on him, and a few minutes later, he departed. I like to think, my way of thinking is, it was great little service that I did for him, but maybe it was Radha Gokulananda's or Sruti Dharma's great desire to see Radha Gokulananda, and Radha Gokulananda's great desire to serve his devotees as well. And as many of us say, somebody texted me the other day on Gopanim Festival. He said, I said, "It's cancelled, you know that, don't you?" He says, "Yeah, because now we're going to celebrate it for the real purpose. And the real purpose is here today for the celebration of Sruti Dharma Prabhu. Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai." Thank you very much.
We'll now have another short film.
We have here two very important personalities who completely dedicate their life for service of God. It is spiritual life is not so easy. Can be also it's difficult. And Shruti Dham and Pranabandhu, they constantly, since at least 28 years, they stay in Bhaktivedanta Manor, and they are actually, by their mercy, we are here.
My name is Anand, and Shruti Prabhu lovingly renamed me as Ananda. He was my guide, my mentor, my uncle, my guru, and I was lucky enough to oversee his daily care rota and formed part of his core care team alongside Radhika Mataji, Dilip Prabhu, and Gauri Prabhu. Many have said that I was bestowed with a great privilege in being able to play such a pivotal role in his care for the last 18 months. But when I first heard of his fight with cancer, I knew this was my calling and opportunity to do something for him that he had done for me. You see, many of you will not know, I also had a fight with early stages of colon cancer in May 2015, and would spend each day at the feet of the Lord at the Manor, seeking guidance and strength and solace in Shruti Prabhu's office. After life-saving surgery in 2015, he would visit me at the hospital to guide, nurture, and love me through this most challenging of times, and also organized a family program of kirtans dedicated to my recovery. I have actually known Shruti Prabhu my entire life, that is 42 years. My mommy is Shruti Prabhu's first cousin, and my mama also schooled and grew up with him since the age of 10, and he was the reason for their introduction. Believe it or not, he has actually painted our family home with Prana Prabhu when they were younger, before they joined the temple. And after joining the temple, they would visit our home. Like so many others, they would bring paintings, books, Mahaprasad. But our relationship really became close from 2015 onwards. With that said, I could not do for him what he did for me, and that was to save him. And this what will always somewhat be a regret of mine. I'm especially grateful to Radhika Mataji for trusting in me with this service. And I know by being engaged in his care on a daily basis, this would bring me closer to him and closer to Krishna. As once I asked him what made him join the temple and Krishna consciousness, and his response was, if you want to serve Krishna in the best possible way, you must serve the Vaishnavas. And this was his reason for joining, and has also been a sincere privilege for me to serve the temple devotees over the last 18 months. I remembered Gauri Prabhu mentioning in his speech at the funeral, asking why Shruti Prabhu would always thank everyone he continuously saw, including me and all the other carers. And his answer was that he did not want to feel important or special. It came to me then, is this God in human form or a human in the form of God? We moved his care from his house to the hospice and then on to Karuna Manor. Whilst he was of course receiving excellent care and best-in-class facilities, everyone, as was he, was keen for him to return to a spiritual home, and after 3 weeks, arrangements were made to bring him back to the Manor. Here Gauri Prabhu would take the lead and draft a very clear set of guidelines, coupled with some training from the professional carers, on how we would work well as a team between the professional carers and the devotee carers. When I was told that we were looking at 12 months maximum, I remember every time I added a new tab for each month on the rota, how ecstatic I was that he was still alive. And we were blessed to have an additional 6 months. And it was clear because he himself wanted to officially open the Haveli. And this week he has done just that in a most fitting way. Finally, I wanted to share some conversations, lessons, and learnings with all of you that I used to discuss with him, be it at his home, in the car, at the doctor's or at the hospital, at the hospice, care home, or Gokul Dhamma. Lesson 1. Don't be afraid of showering others with love. Until the end, when he stopped speaking, Shruti Prabhu made it a point to tell me he loved me every time he saw me and that he was proud of me. I'm not really sure why he was proud of me, but I knew he said that to lift me, to love me, to encourage me, to nurture me, and give me strength because he could see inside a vulnerability in me and someone who had endured pain in recent years. There is no one apart from my sons who tell me they love me as much as he did, and this is what I will miss the most. Even at the Manor sometimes you see people and they will continuously walk along, but a gentle Hare Krishna or Namaste or how are you or even a hug goes a very long way. I remember the way Akandadi Prabhu summed it up beautifully at his funeral, when he said that Shruti Prabhu would always seek not the soul, but the super soul in each person, so he could find his love for them and in turn find Krishna. Lesson 2, lead a life in the service of others. Shruti Prabhu constantly reminded me throughout the last 18 months that he always wanted me to focus on a life and career in the service of others. Anand, if you work for yourself, you will eventually become unhappy. If you work for others, you will always be happy. I feel very proud when I see the likes of people like Jay Shetty and Naveen Krishna, amongst many thousands of others, have all benefited from his mentorship and are changing the landscape both locally and internationally, and in them I see many facets of Shruti Prabhu. Lesson 3, increase your spiritual knowledge and devote this life to Krishna. When I would ask him how else I could serve and make him proud, he would always remind me about keeping the family united and would joke and laugh hysterically about keeping the peace and uniting the Lahanas and Patels. For my mama is a Lahana and my mommy is a Patel. On a serious note, he wanted me to ensure the family develop our spiritual knowledge and practices and ensure we always remain part of the congregation at the Manor. With this, he introduced me to Naveen, and I started to play our PR and communications role a few years ago for both the Avanti schools and the Manor. This was all down to his guidance and vision, and I've been lucky to build key relationships and visit Downing Street, engage with political and business leaders, and the wider Hindu and interfaith community. I would like to say there's been much that has been made of the recent visit of the Prime Minister, but I wanted to remind everyone when I helped facilitate this, I only had one thing in my mind. Is that what Shruti Prabhu and Srila Prabhupada would have wanted for the Manor and the temple? And this is what I did. Lesson 4, think big. Shruti Prabhu, as you have seen today in the video, reminds us that Srila Prabhupada never thought small, only big. And that was the problem that Shruti Prabhu always had. Following in Srila Prabhupada's footsteps, there was no way for him to ever think small, but instead push boundaries, or as he said, they will close in on you and push you down. Testament to that was saving the temple from closure, the new road, the Avanti schools, nurseries, Om-Nom, mentorship program. I'm reminded that a life is not determined by the amount of years you live, by the amount of you do in the years you are alive. Finally, Shruti Prabhu would always remind me that our sacred scriptures, the Bhagavad Gita, state that birth, death, old age and disease come to all of us, and we must not be perturbed, but rather embrace every stage. Shruti Prabhu managed his disease with real grace and would often tell me this has brought him closer to Krishna. I would like to express my gratitude to Sri Radhika, Gauri Prabhu and Dilip Prabhu for being a great support to me, and all the devotee and professional carers that made my service very easy. Shruti Prabhu, thank you for saving me, for loving me, for encouraging me, for making me laugh and smile, for educating and nurturing me, and for giving me this chance to serve you. You told me in the last 18 months you wanted me to become your private secretary. I hope I made you proud. I love you. I will always love you. I will always seek your guidance every morning when I wake up and throughout the day, and know you are guiding me and everyone else here today. Your servant, Jai Shri Krishna.
Now, it would not quite be a memorial evening for Sruti Dharma Prabhu if we didn't have a skit. And someone was going to put on a mustache. Well, that's going to come very soon, so don't go away. And if you've got any friends outside, please ask them to come back in. From Radharani's Bakery, can we please invite Vijay Jitani?
Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki. I think in bakery we have to make profit, because that's the part of the manner which has to create the profit. So I'm going to make some profit of time, and the good thing is I haven't written down anything, so I'll be very, very quick. I met Sruti Dharma Prabhu in Norwich as a boatman preaching to an Oxford graduate what is important in life in a drama. And since then, he was visiting to our restaurant in Norwich with the devotees, and he was, one day he asked me, Vijay Bhai, why don't you engage in Krishna consciousness and to our temple in a bit deeper way? So I said, okay, what is that way? He said, okay, we are building a Sri Krishna Haveli. Would you think of putting 108,000 pounds? And I said, please say that again. He said, 108,000 pounds. And I said, Prabhu, I'm only running a small business, and I don't think so I have that much capacity. He said, yes, you are running a small business now, but Krishna has planned for everyone. If you think you can do it, Krishna will make it happen. So, when I was a student, I was reading a teaching where our teacher was telling that for Sadhu Purush, the Kal means Samay. Samay follows his tongue. So whatever Sadhu Purush says, if I say something, that won't happen. But if Sadhu Purush says something, that time makes it happen. Right? So, with that thought, I consulted family and he said, okay, it's a big, big commitment, believe me. I haven't even thought. But that was a Sadhu Purush requesting something. We said, yes, that happened. And it happened, rest is history. Another visit, he came, he said, Vijay Bhai, you've done 4 rooms upstairs, and there was another hall. Why don't you make rooms everywhere? And I said, Prabhu, no, we have hope of making this as a whole, We want to only let 4 rooms out. And he said, no, do the all as a hotel rooms. And we did it. And it's very, very successful. Now, what I'm saying is, in Bhagavad Gita, in the 10th chapter, Bhagavan says, Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastatha madbhava manasa jhatam esham loka ima praja. Lot of entities, lot of living entities in this planet comes and go by the cycle of death and birth. But there are certain entities, they come by the wish of Krishna. And Sruti Dharma Prabhu was one such wish of Krishna. I haven't had privilege to live with likes of Srila Prabhupada, but in form of Sruti Dharma Prabhu, me and my family had the glimpse of what it feels like living with perhaps Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much, Sruti Dharma Prabhu, for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. And Lalit Sodha, followed by Mr. Dr. Karuna Ras. Please.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna to all the devotees, to Radhika Mataji. Hare Krishna to you. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words today. Sruti Dharma Prabhu, a friend, a guide, a mentor, a constant encouragement, a constant inspiration, a humble and a caring human being. And the list goes on. Shruti Prabhu used to come to me to get his back treated and tensions relieved with all the work that he used to do at the Manor. Every visit was my visit to relieve his aches and pains, but he certainly gave me words of wisdom. Today I can say his file that is saved under the name of Sailesh Patel is probably more with words of wisdom and has got a lot of thickness to the file with all the handwritten notes, because they were lesser medical notes, but more words that he shared with me. I feel today that my whole professional life as a chiropractor has become successful by simply treating such a human being, an elevated devotee of Lord Sri Krishna. Every week he used to come to me either on a Wednesday or a Friday morning after dropping Nitai to school around the corner in Eastcote. And when he came, brought some prasadam for us. But he always brought prasad, not just for me, but also my team at the clinic. And the ladies would always say, can we have the cookies that Sailesh has brought? They would save them for the whole week till the next week. So not only has he been remembered by myself, but my team fully remembers him. Once again, a great soul, a great human being. I had a small video to share of a message that he shared with me before, just actually last year when I had the opportunity to take care of him at home. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it on time over here. But what I would like to say is there was some special time also that we shared on Mount Kilimanjaro. Amongst the 30-odd people who started the trek, there were 10 or 12, I think, who managed to finish all the way to Huru Peak. And amongst them, Khandari Prabhu, Dilip Prabhu, Casey, and everybody were there. And he constantly kept on telling me, Lalit Bhai, keep chanting Krishna's name. Uhuru Peak is the mission we have. With his constant inspiration, I too was able to make my way all the way to the peak. Shruti Prabhu, we bid you farewell. We will miss you. From all of us, from my team at the chiropractic clinic. And if I can recall to Gauri Prabhu's speech on the funeral day, if one person who was supposed to go to Krishna before us, we are glad it's Shruti Prabhu because he's the one who's going to ask Krishna to keep us there. Shri Shri Radha Gokula Nanda ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai. Thank you very much.
Now, as you may know, Shruti had the good fortune to be surrounded by professionals of all kinds, chiropractor, oncologist, different doctors, and next is part of Shruti's extended care team, Dr. Karuna Ras.
Hare Krishna. Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai. I had so much written down to say, and listening to everyone and Kripama Prabhu's instructions and the organizers, I have to cut it down. I don't know how much I can say. But thank you very much. My spiritual life is actually completely from A to Z dependent. Started with him, his blessings. I'll just share with you how I met with him. I recently lost my father in 2007, and somehow my younger brother came in contact with devotees in India. I started chanting, came over here. I was already working here. And then I went to a program in North London and wearing dhoti kurta and tilak. So the speakers were there, and after that, prasadam was being served. And I sat with these devotees, one on either side. And one of the devotees very inquisitively asked, who are you? We've never met you, and you always wear dhoti, you always wear tilak. I said, no, this is what it is. I just recently came in contact. And he said, so where do you live? I said, I live in East London. He said, okay. I said, actually, my brothers told me to meet Sruti Dharma Prabhu and Pranabandha Prabhu. And this guy, who I was talking to was Pranabandha Prabhu, and the next person next to me was Sruti Dharma Prabhu. And he said, apne joye che. So that's how my life started. And then I asked for him, is there any instruction for me? He said, why are you living over there? Move over this side. So within 3 months, I had a full-time job, my wife was working, and we just came over. So somehow or the other, I already had that lacuna of not being able to serve my father, and I was just carrying that lacuna, and somehow I thought that Sruti Dharma Prabhu and Pranabandha Prabhu, it was Krishna's mercy, I get it in duplicate, both of them, try to engage, encourage, try to see how can they fan in anything good in me, bring out whatever it is. So they got me engaged despite my incapabilities in everything. I only know how to see patients, nothing else. And that too very, on a general way, like just a simple GP, specialist in anything. So he somehow fanned that, and he gave me first responsibility of looking after Mother Kulangna, which I really got attached to her. And then he just slowly and steadily, somehow, just for my benefit, engaged me somehow or the other in something or the other. Whether it was looking after his mother, we used to go every Tuesday to see his mom in the care home. He used to get chili chips and bhajia. She used to enjoy it, and we used to have a chat. She was very afraid of me, actually, because she was afraid of doctors, whether they would take some bloods and then everything. And he would say, no, asaro doctor che. So, and then she said, okay, Shruti kahe che to saru, And she would allow me to, go near her. Slowly, steadily, there's so many things. Every day he had his one-liners, Karunaras, we just have to keep our bags light and ready to fly anytime. We just got to be ready. He often said, we are so tired, I'm so tired up that I want to sleep like, I want to have the benediction of Muchukund Maharaj. I just want to sleep forever. Last 2 years have been quite intense. He gave me so much love that he fulfilled my heart, which is looking for a fatherly love. A person who was not just fatherly, he was a friend. And last 2 years again, as one of the devotees said, he was very clever that, he gave 2 years to grieve me through that process, because I knew, when things were slipping away. Because of my nature of, being aggressive and, too much vata ingredient, just taking hasty decisions and stuff, at times, offended so many devotees. Even barged myself, imposed myself on the family members to the point of driving even loving Krishna Prabhu and Shri Radhika Mataji, everyone crazy about my fanaticism. But, there's been great reflection, He was always sensitive to the needs, whether it was posting a picture taken by him for me with Guru Maharaj, or with anything, service, or he was so sensitive to the needs. And in the last 2 years, I realized how insensitive, especially I've been, to his needs. So he had gone very quiet in the last 2 years, and since the diagnosis was made. And I kept on probing onto him, what is it? Why are you so quiet? Why didn't you share? How do you feel? He always used to say, I said, you never make a decision this way or that way. Even simple decision, like somebody would ask, would you want a chapati or you want a rice? He'll just look. He'll just look. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to have first? And that used to really bug me. I thought, why is he not telling what he wants? And one day I took the opportunity and I asked him, he said, if I choose any of this, any of the two options, the other person would feel bad, and I don't want to offend anyone. And I thought, this is like, I'm starting to learn even just now, just to see how he deals with people. And I don't even know what his desires are. He's so astute to the needs of all of us. He knows everything about each specific person. But I don't know whether any of us know him, what his needs were, what his desires were. Yes, we wanted him to run projects, meet dignitaries, because he was a great orator. I got a glimpse of that. He had so much love to share, which he shared with all of us. As part of, assessing him through his treatment, we were assessing his temperature, blood pressure and pulse and how's he doing. And one of the things was how much is his remembrance? What is his mind going through? We always used to say, it feels like the next day of Janmashtami. Everything is hazy. I've been awake for 36 hours or 48 hours, whatever it is, and the next day is a little bit hazy. It always reminded him of the next day to Janmashtami. He always used to say that. It is just like, it's Janmashtami over, just yesterday was Janmashtami. So he was living in that consciousness all the time, still giving us the opportunity to serve him, engage us. Last few months, I specifically withdrew myself because I could not see the point. I was of no use, because we were all doing palliative care. I used to take my son to see him, and he was very enthusiastic. Most of the time he was asleep, Shruti Prabhu. And I used to wake him, he wouldn't wake up. And one time, Philip, one of the carer, he said he's been like this all day. And somehow, Adisham, my son, 3-year-old, he just whispered in his ear, "Prabhuji, I've come to fix you." He opened his eyes. He said, "I want to give you cuddles and kisses." And he said, "Definitely that'll cure me." And then he slept again. When he passed away, I got the message, and I just rushed to the annex. And I straight barged in, as if I am, my nature is like this, I don't stand in the queues. I just barged in, and Kaushik Prabhu was there, and he said, "Yeah, come." I touched him, he was very, very warm. And I said, "I've never seen a dead body like this. He's usually cold." I saw him in the afternoon. His feet were cold at that time. And then I thought, why is he warm? I looked at his pupils again. I said, yes, no, he's gone. But I reflected, what? He was just full of love. The only thing he was radiating out was warmth. He was never cold. He was always tending to giving warmth to all of us. And on the day of the funeral, I had to pick Adisham from the nursery. I went up there, and he said, "Where are we going?" I said, "We're going to see Prabhuji." So he had a box from the nursery. I put it in the car. He said, "You haven't taken your drug bag. We're going to see Prabhuji. And I'm going to give him cuddles and kisses." And I thought to myself, I said, you know what? He doesn't need a drug bag anymore. He's cured now, and he's having lots of cuddles with Krishna. Thank you very much.
So I grew up with the fact that anybody coming from the temple with a smile, there's a price tag. So my wife told Shruti and Prabhu's that he's not going to listen to anybody else. He has this problem with the wavelength. You'll have to come home and talk to him. So they came along, and I'm looking at them with a very skeptical mind. They're smiling, coming from the temple. There's a price tag. The first time they came, they didn't say anything. I said, this is really deep. Second time they came and they brought this beautiful Radha Gokulan picture and still didn't ask anything. I said, they may have a very, very deep strategy. And third time they came and they said, "Oh, have you read Bhagavad Gita?" I said, "Yeah, of course. Anybody from India reads Bhagavad Gita." "Which one?" He said, "We read Gitapur Press." He said, No, you should read this, Bhagavad Gita as it is. And I said, wow, that's it. They want me to read this because there's something in it will convert me. And of course, that's history. That's how I first met him. So he involved with me with my first service, and he said, there's this guru, Radhanath Swami, who's obviously my spiritual master now. He said he has a health problem, and he needs to talk. So we talked, and obviously Maharaj was coming for an operation, and Shruti Prabhu and Prabhu just shielded me completely from this worldwide ISKCON, because I didn't know who he was, and Radhanath Swami, how important he was. So they didn't even let me know, and they just shielded all these thousands of phone calls and everything else from me. And after the operation, I realized that what I had got into. Whenever I used to meet him, I would ask him, "Shruti Prabhu, how are you?" I'm good. I don't know how many of you heard this. I'm good. And I realized that he was good till he said that. And I think the last time he said that was probably on the 13th of February. And towards the end of the February, he wanted to say, the moment it was a reflex on him, "I'm good." But the end of February, he just said, "I am," and then he stopped. And that's why I knew that he's withdrawing himself. We became very close. We shared hours and hours of intimate moments, whether it was stopping at Buckland's, when we were going to Buckland's, stopping at the services and having things, Pranamantu, we are smiling, or the hours of intimate talks, loving exchanges. Every third day he'll call me if I hadn't called him and says, what's going on? So I'll give him a whole report and he'll give me his report. And I used to say to him once, I said, whom do you reveal your heart to? And he looked at me in my eyes and he said, you. And I said, okay. But he knew me, he was so caring. I remember that when one of the management meetings that I was really very, very low because somebody had really offended me big time. And he realized that. And that night after the meeting, he drove to my house and sat with me and just talked to me because he knew that I was in pain. He was just knew him inside out. And he discovered something in me that I also did not know. I had a very bad phase for 3.5 years when I was going through a legal case, and we were, he realized that if I heard a bad news, I would take 24 hours to rebound back. So he would not call me for 24 hours. The moment the 24 hours are over, he'll call me. So he knew that I could talk sense. And I now realize that that's actually true, that I take about 24 hours to rebound back. But that's how true mentor he was. In Hindi, there's a saying that, which I'll translate in English. It's saying that how a blind man is taking the other blind man to cross the road, as in, both are equally useless. So we were looking at succession planning. And there were two individuals in this manner who were equally crazy, both him and me, because our working hours were like absolutely crazy hours. So I was given the duty to look at his time schedule and trying to cut it. And of course, this was never going to happen. A standing joke between the both of us was, we always used to laugh and say, who'll go first? And you beaten me. He was so proud of my achievements. He was always there. When I was giving my first class at the Manor, he was sitting right in the front. He didn't have to, but he was. And he was, he's a true mentor, both for me and my family. And my wife just wrote a piece on on one of the groups that she loved pastimes. He used to always tell her pastime, but she didn't know. He used to always love her food. I'm going to cut it short, and I'm going to tell you, 2 years ago, he was, a lot of people don't know what Shri Prabhu was my patient. And one day he came to my clinic and said, I'm just having a little bit of headache. How many of us do get headaches? All of us, all the time. And I said, you know what? You're too important. Let me get a scan. He said, no, don't be crazy. I said, no, let's get a scan. And I forgot about it. And about a week later, one of these professors from Edinburgh called me. And he said, did you request the scan? And I had actually forgotten. I said, did I? And he said, yes, you did. And this is the finding. And I was in front of the computer. And I said, can't be Shruti Prabhu. I didn't give a death sentence to him. I gave it to myself. Something in me died that day. So I said, okay, I'm going to beat it. He was not keen, but I was keen to beat the disease. I went around the world to just get the treatment for him. But I knew I was losing the battle. I apologize to Mataji. I remember this story about Alexander, that when malaria hit him and he was going to die, one of the 3 conditions he said, that the 4 doctors who looked after me should be carrying my coffin to prove that doctors can't do anything. And that's what Shri Prabhu did. He showed us that we can't do anything. But one thing I would say, he was in full control. The last month, he withdrew himself. He would not have gone unless he would have withdrawn himself. He kept going. I was going to India on the 8th of December, and I recorded a video. He made a promise to me, I will be there, and we'll both go into Haveli together. So I've got that video with me. Sundaran Prabhu, I promise we will go into Haveli when you return from India, and we'll open it together. And he just waited for the day of opening. It didn't happen, but he waited for that day. But in the end, he withdrew himself and he folded his pastimes. For me, that tells me how wonderful Vaishnav he was. You've heard all heard of his qualities. I'm not going to repeat them because there are just so many. But he was my dearest friend and my mentor. I don't have anybody to go to. But wait for me there. Don't go away. I'll come. Hare Krishna.
Akundati, I wondered if you'd be ready. Okay, we'll have Vishwambar, old friend of Sruti Dharma for many, many years, Vishwambar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Yoga Yuta Vishuddhatma Vijitatma Chitendriya Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurbana Pinalipyate. The translation was already given by Mother Vishaka Prabhu at the breaking of the ceremony. One who acts always with a devotion is very dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Everybody speaks about their relationship with the Shruti Dharma Prabhu, and we are all on the same page. He had something wonderful. I've been confined, in my house since I came back from India because I've been traveling in India, and so the health service, all our neighbors, they advised to stay for 1 week or 10 days. But I've been, because one of my neighbor lost his life, as you all know, and his son is in the intensive care. So I've been thinking a lot about Shruti Prabhu, my friend. We are all on the same page. We all feel the same. What was special about him is that he made me feeling always important. Every year on my birthday, as soon as I wake up in the morning, 4 o'clock, 4:30, there was a message on my phone, happy birthday, from Shruti. It was always the first one. And then there was a message, please come to my office, there is some mail for you. And the wife of Radha Mohan Prabhu, Vrajavasini, his secretary, she would deliver me, I would go there and she would give me this mail. I thought it was something from the temple, but it was an envelope with the money. He would write a little note. You're doing great work for Srila Prabhupada. And on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, I want to thank you. And from his own pocket, he would give me a large amount of money, I would say. More than any family or friends. And this was every year. And I said, well, why? Why are you doing this? And I felt obliged to give him things as well. And he said, because you are my friend. Because I know it must have been difficult for you. It really went right inside my chest. I remember once he said, it must have been difficult for you to leave Italy, your family, all your friends. You come here. And you would wonder, sometimes being sandwiched between Gujarati and British and, Italian. He said, you are in no man's land. But I am your friend. I understand you. I felt this man is my teacher. I've learned a lot from him. There is a say, no man is my friend, no man is my enemy, but every man is my teacher. Shruti was actually, in one sense, one of my greatest head teacher, because he had a PhD on love and compassion. I've learned a lot from him. He invited me in his confidence, in his heart. Last year, not this marathon, the marathon before, he invited me to his house during the marathon, and there was 200-300 devotees packed up. And he asked Prashun and Prana Prabhu to call me and sit on his sofa next to him. And everyone was, I said, no, Prana should be sitting there. He's given you your life, his friendship, his brotherhood. So they had to practically grab me there. He said, no, he put a hand on my shoulder. And he had a Gonitai deities in front of everyone. He said, I want everyone to know that Vishwambhar is very dear to me. And then he asked me to talk to the devotees. And he asked me to sing the Gauraharti to Gonitai. And when he was talking, he had my hand in his hands. And he wouldn't let me go. I felt so nervous. I was grabbed away by his love. So I cried for you, Shruti Prabhu. Sorry I couldn't be there for your funeral. I phoned the Kandari Prabhu and I explained why I was not there. I cried for you, I cried for my next door neighbors, I cried for the people dying in Italy, in China, everywhere. You are a very courageous man. The last word I would say that on the last time I saw you in the temple, in the wheelchair, you asked Sutapa to call me and sing for you, sing in front of Radha Gokulananda, the Hare Krishna mantra. So I did it for you. And then you grabbed my hand and he said, you know, I may be bumping into Tamal Krishna Maharaj soon. Do you have any message for him? And Krishna Dharma Prabhu I said, no, he's got Prabhupada. He's okay. You know, you stay here with us. He was very, jolly, joking, not afraid of dying. Very good soldiers of Srila Prabhupada, and that's why everyone loves him. He was a very selfless devotee. He was always giving, and that was his happiness. But not just to few of us, to everybody, to everyone. And I want to thank Shruti and Prana Prabhu. If you scratch the walls of this Haveli, you would find actually their blood in it. And of course there is a sacrifice, and many of you, Kandari Prabhu has given his youth. But Shruti and Prana, they've been very much committed to the service of the deities, to all of us, and to the preaching, to bring people in to come and help. So I want to thank you on behalf of Srila Prabhupada for all your service that you have done, and thank you for accepting me in your family as an outsider. I should have been serving in Italy, but I'm here, and I'm happy to be with all of you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Shruti had a great love for cows, and he encouraged our next contributor in his service to the cows. Please welcome Sitaram Prabhu.
Thank you. maybe not so much about cows. We spoke about cows, but I think my relationship with Sruti Dharma goes back a few more years, and we've seen many faces of Sruti Dharma this evening and his relationship with different devotees. But for me, my inspiration was Sruti Dharma, the preacher, because from the early days that when I also joined the temple, we were staying in the same room. He would be sleeping on the bottom bed, bunk bed, Drakapuri above him, Jivapati next to him, and I'd be there by the floor. And he always set the example. He was the perfect example in so many ways. And for me, my drive and preaching spirit come from Sruti Dharma Prabhu. He was, from the early days when we were doing our Manor Youth Forum programs, and he remembered that he would always speak about how they joined a candidate with the Mahabharat Youth Club, so he would be encouraging us with the Manor Youth Forum. And would do these programs and would have these fun times. And he would always be there preaching to people right at the end, would be sitting down, talking after everybody had gone, would have a feast ourselves, and would talk about the evening and how it went. And then on a Sunday evening, would find young people. He'd always encourage us to find young people, would take them to Prabhupada's room, speak to them personally, give them a little association. And then would come down at the end of the evening, after everybody's gone, would have a feast with them. And so he had this spirit of cultivation. And he did it with families, he did it with all sorts of people, but my relationship in those early days was working with young people, university programs. We went around with this group across the UK to different temples, and there was some Hindu programs that they would have. And he would, somehow he was always the speaker, he would inspire people, and people would always remember Sruti Dharma. So it was always very, very impressive. And subsequently, after the Manor Youth Forum came and went, we had the Pandava Sena, and he, the same way, cultivated a new generation of devotees. He was always the connecting factor. And he set the standard, he set the bar. The things he said, we would learn, we would preach in a similar spirit. So he had this real ability to somehow capture the essence. And for me, I remember many, many years ago, when in the ashram, he would be sitting on a chair beside his bed after everything had been finished, and he would have his earphones and he'd be listening to a Prabhupada lecture. And he knew which things to quote, when to quote them. Somehow he captured that spirit of Prabhupada, really captured it. And that's why when the Bhaktivedanta players would have these plays and he would play Prabhupada, he really emulated that, really perfectly. That spirit, that preaching spirit was really always there. And I'd never seen that video just now, Give Your Life to Krishna. He was a preacher through and through. And for me, that's what I admired and inspired me most throughout his life. Every situation, at Janmashtami's, the first to get up, the last to go to sleep. He was there setting an example, really going through all of these different things and walking his talk like nobody else would be. And he would find his times, I mean, I don't know how and when, we would be doing japa in the morning, and it was always difficult. In the early days when Shiva Maharaj would be sitting there, and we would be talking, we would be chanting, and he would be chanting japa, and we would start talking. And we knew that Maharaj didn't like talking, but somehow Sruti Dharma was preaching, and he'd be inspiring different devotees, and still he'd be chanting and finishing his rounds before any of us. So he somehow set an example and always inspired us. And I think the last time I saw him, unfortunately, he was sleeping. But before that, every time, even whilst during his illness, you would go and see him. And no matter who walked through that door, he would be, he'd be glorifying them. He'd be looking at their qualities, the positive, the lovely qualities, and bringing them out. So he had that spirit, that ability. And at that time, he was just speaking from his heart. And, he'd capture that spirit. So, and probably Pranabandhu knows more than anybody else. He was always pulling on those things. But he had that other light side. He managed to weigh up things and see the best in everything, and also inspire people. So Sruti Dharma, the preacher, Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Throughout his last months, Shruti was cared for by a dedicated team, and we're about to meet some of them. Gauri Prabhu will introduce us to Mary and KK and Philip. So we'd like to welcome them onto the stage.
Come, stand here, ladies. Come on. Aren't these ladies looking absolutely beautiful? I had the great fortune of speaking at the crematorium, so although I have so many more things to say, I won't be speaking tonight, but I wanted to introduce these two ladies. But first, just a mention for Philip, who's not with us. You probably saw Philip taking Shruti Prabhu around all the time. He's a giant in stature and physique, and his heart and how he served Shruti Prabhu was an example to any devotee. He's not here with us this evening. He said he would come, but I know he's going through his own grieving very deeply. And but however, and Dhruva, as we know him, Dhruva is also part of the professional care team. He was here, and I said, "You better come up here, Dhruva." And Dhruva said, "Okay, all right, okay." And then just shortly before he said, "I just have to nip off now." So I think it's a lot to come up and speak about Shruti Prabhu. So, first of all, KK and Mary, the professional care team. When Shruti Prabhu was in the Karuna care home, my shift was in the mornings, and I'd come in the mornings, and it was generally quite a very still atmosphere, and he'd be resting, and the day would gradually begin, and it was difficult, and I was feeling it difficult. And then one morning I walked in, and I saw this new person who was the night carer sitting in the chair near the bed. The lights were on, and Shruti Prabhu was sitting up in his chair, having his breakfast, and the two of them were watching the BBC News. And I was like, what? Wow. And I realized from that moment, this woman's a force of nature. Immediately, Sri Radhika said KK should train all of us. So we had a training session. Even Sundarananda Prabhu, all the doctors were there as well, getting trained up by KK with regards to taking care of Shruti Prabhu. So she's going to speak first, but first let me just say some words about Mary. Mary began the night care, was it here? At the annex, or Gokul Dham. And at that time, I'd moved into the annex just to settle everything in. And so I'd be here in service all day, I'd nip home, and then come back, I'd get to sit with sometimes KK, sometimes Mary. And Mary really brought the power of prayer into our evenings. You know, they're both extremely dedicated Christians, and their standard of care for Shri Prabhu, believe me, I learned so much about service. And we'd always say to Mary, "Mary, did you pray for us last night?" We had Mary praying for all of us, Shri Prabhu as well, and we'd always insist upon her prayers. So it was a real deep spiritual presence that was in our company, teaching us many things about love and service. So, first of all, KK.
Thank you. Yeah, I work for a company called 4319 Fountain Care. I met Shruti about a year ago at the Karuna Manor Care Home, and I was privileged to be part of the team that cared for him in the last year of his life. I'd never heard of Shruti before this time, and I had little knowledge about Hinduism. But the moment I met Shruti, I knew he was a very special and spiritual man. Shruti shared many stories with me, and most of it was centered around serving others. On many occasions on his sickbed, I would find him talking about service to others, He would talk about the various projects he still had to execute. One that readily comes to my mind is the Old People's Home, a place he wanted elderly monks and devotees to be cared for in their old age. I would often ask Shruti if he would let me manage the home, and he would answer, "Of course, KK, I'll let you be the manager." Shruti was very humorous. I would often find myself always chuckling very loudly to his jokes in the middle of the night. He never complained, even when it was apparent he was experiencing some discomfort. This, however, kept me on my toes, as I then had to anticipate his needs. It was clear Shruti was a peaceful man. He would always comply with my requests when I told him I could get into trouble if he didn't. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to have been of service to Shruti. By this service, I've gained a whole new family, the ISKCON Watford family. Thank you all for creating the wonderful environment, the annex, where we cared for Shruti. Shruti was very comfortable, and we could not have asked for a better place to serve. The quality of care Shruti received from the whole team looking after him was second to none, and I pray this serves as consolation to all. In Sruti's last days, he gave me his blessings. And in the Christian faith, the blessings of a spiritual father I held in high regard, and I cherish these blessings. Once again, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve and for accepting me into your family. Hare Krishna.
It was an absolute honor to look after Mr. Patel, as we popularly called him. As I was looking after Mr. Patel's physical needs, he was teaching me to be more humble, courageous, and to see the world from a different light, teaching me not to complain, to keep smiling, and to be thankful. Thank you, Mrs. Patel, for allowing me to look after your husband. Thank you, all the devotees that created a good atmosphere for us to look after Mr. Patel. On one occasion, I explained to Mr. Patel how we use the word chief in Nigeria to address important men. And I informed him that I would start addressing him as Chief Sruti Dharma Prabhu from that moment, as he is a very important man. Through the past year, Mr. Patel often made me laugh with joy, making me sing Hare Krishna song with my awful funny voice. Mr. Patel will dance to my Hare Krishna song by moving his head from side to side and beaming with smiles. I remember vividly one fateful night after delivering personal care at 3 a.m. Mr. Patel called me by my name and said, "Mary, I do not have anything to give to you, but I give you all my blessings." And I was so thankful. I was so moved to the extent that tears began flowing down. There are so many beautiful things I have to say, but I understand my time is limited, so I will finish with this song. It is a song I often sang with Mr. Patel. In the morning on that fateful day, KK Philip and I shared this same song with him, and he acknowledged it by opening his eyes wide. You may join me if you... Kumbaya, Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Lord, Kumbaya. Oh, Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Lord, oh, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Lord.
We now hear from someone whose name, just like Prana's name, Shruti and Prana. We also have the other two names that were very closely associated for all meetings, late nights, fundraising campaigns, Kilimanjaro walks, and all special occasions. We've heard from Kaushik. Now we shall hear from Dilip Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, everyone. We have with us Dilip Bhai, our festival coordinator. Work has begun. Dilip Bhai, yesterday I believe there was tremendous rain here.
Oh, yesterday.
Tell us something about that.
Indra was very happy on us. I think we came here at about 7:30 to do our normal work in the evening. Nice and sunny. Came out here, getting a bit dark. We thought we'll continue working. And obviously we didn't see the clouds, and all of a sudden we had rains that came out within 15 minutes. There was 6 inches of water on the road. We were all completely soaked.
I know the neighbouring roads were all flooded as well. They were saying in the community news here that all the local roads were also flooded. But what is it that inspires you to carry on despite all these difficulties? I think this must be your 26th, 27th Janmashtami perhaps here?
Yeah, it's about 27 years, yes.
27 years.
I think it's yourself and Pranabandhu and all the devotees here who inspire us. And most of all, it's Prabhupada, really. I've read his autobiography, and if you see what he achieved in a short period while he was with us, you just want to carry on, maintaining what he has done and improving on what he's done, really. And hopefully other people take on the message.
Dilip, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you again.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Sruti Dharma Prabhu, my mentor, guru, brother, and a very good friend. I first met Sruti Prabhu and Pranabandhu Prabhu at our shop in Willesden. They would come for the annual adverts in the annual diary. They must have come several times during the day, but we didn't have any time for them. They soon worked out, let's go at closing times. And they started coming at closing times. And I avoided them. I wanted to get home. I was hungry. But Dad had time for them. I liked visiting the Manor. It was a nice day out in the country. There was something special about this place. On one such occasion, there was a festival at the temple, and Pranabandhu Prabhu was running a snack stall in the circle in those days. We ordered some chips, and he was struggling, and asked him if he needed any help. What a wrong question to ask. 37 years on, and I haven't stopped. From there, we built a relationship, and we started visiting regularly on Sunday evenings. We would attend the Gaur Aarti at 7 p.m., and then wait until the 9 o'clock Aarti, and then spend that time in between in the beautiful reception that we had. Very much like Buckland, with a nice fire, nice sofas. And Sruti Prabhu would spend hours reasoning with us and the family who the personality of Godhead is. We'd always argue, it's not Krishna, you guys have got it wrong. In time, they won us over, and the rest is history. Sruti Prabhu cared for me more than a brother and a friend. He was a true guru. When I first met Sruti Prabhu, I was an arrogant and egoistic businessman. Still am, a little less maybe. I thought I was the most successful in my field amongst the Indian community, but then I was wrong. Today I realize that if I hadn't met Shruti Prabhu, I would have lived and died as an ordinary businessman who had money without meaning and purpose. Shruti Prabhu held my hand from the early 80s and has not once let go of me. Through thick and thin, we have taught me the meaning of life, to live with love and compassion, and to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission. You have given us so much of your time at the expense of your family and your time. It's been a difficult 2 years since I first got the call from Sundarananda Prabhu, who informed me of the diagnosis. I've lost my Sunday morning chanting partner, my go-to person for any temple or personal issues. But my 2 days of caring for you have been so wonderful. I always look forward to Wednesdays and Saturdays. Now that's even gone. Don't know what now. You have been a good teacher, so hopefully you have been learned to live from your memories. You always told me you have one life. Give it to Prabhupada. Hopefully I don't let you down. Thank you, Shruti Prabhu, for coming in my life. Hare Krishna.
Shruti was a great inspiration. Having been a young monk, a brahmachari, sadhu here at the temple for many, many years, he knew what it took to keep to the rigorous, disciplined lifestyle in the ashram. So he was always able to be on hand to give encouragement to the other brahmacharis. And our head brahmachari and head preacher is here today to share what he was given by Shruti. Please welcome His Grace Sutapa Prabhu.
It's a good mic stand. Hare Krishna. Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki. I once actually said to Sruti Dharma Prabhu, Prabhuji, I don't like speaking publicly. He said, don't worry, no one listens anyway. We are made of Shri Prabhu's mercy entirely, completely. When I think of Shri Prabhu, this story always reminds me of him. It's the ancient story of a sage who used to go to the river to take his bath every day. And as he would go to the river, then there would be, as he was bathing, there would be a scorpion. And the scorpion was drowning. So as the sage, in his infinite compassion and care and kindness, as he would be bathing, seeing this scorpion drowned, and the sage would pick up the scorpion. And as soon as picking up the scorpion would bite. And the sage would let go. And then again the scorpion would be drowning, and then again the sage would go up and get bitten by the scorpion. And then an onlooker said, why are you picking up the scorpion? You know it will bite you. And the sage, in his infinite compassion, said, no problem. It's the nature of the scorpion to bite, and it's my nature to serve. And therefore, just as the scorpion cannot avoid biting, how can I avoid an opportunity to serve? So Sri Dharma Prabhu was just the embodiment of service. Service was his life. He lived, breathed, and just completely exuded save above. If we would tell Shruti Prabhu there's a program on, he would be ready to go. If he heard about a project, he would be ready to do it. If there was some opportunity of service, he would just be completely enthused. Shri Prabhu was in this building morning to evening, day after day. He was at every program. He was at everyone's ceremony. He was at every meeting. One time I said to Shri Prabhu, why are you going to all these meetings, even small meetings? Because I was the opposite to Shri Prabhu, like escape every single meeting. I said, Prabhuji, you don't need to go to this meeting. And you know what he said to me? He said, no, I want to go to that meeting because I want everyone in that meeting to know that their service is important. And I thought, oh my God, I've never thought about a meeting like that. He would turn up to a meeting just so that the others in that room knew that what they were doing was valued. Shri Prabhu was incredible. He, every evening, and I'm remembering it now because it's about 8 o'clock now, every Sunday evening after Gaura Arati, just about this time, I would go up to Shri Prabhu's office, and every Sunday evening, he would just, we would sit in his office and he would tell me all the crazy things going on at the Manor. And we would laugh. He used to say, you don't have to be mad to join ISKCON, but it helps. And he would just, for the whole evening, we would just laugh and laugh and laugh, and he would tell me, like, what do I do in this situation? And then I'd leave the room and he'd say, Sutapa, thanks for being my counselor. I said, Shri Prabhu, I didn't do anything, I just listened to you. He said, yeah, that's what counselors get paid for. So, Shri Prabhu was such a Vaishnav because he understood the identity of being a Das. Even, I remember when we were in the hospital once, I was sitting next to him and I kind of put my hand out to him to, just hold his hand. And then as soon as I held his hand, he began massaging me. And just at that point, someone called me. So I said, I'm with Shri Prabhu. He said, oh, what's Shri Prabhu doing? I said, he's massaging me. He said, are you in hospital or is he in hospital? I said, yeah, he's massaging me. We would go into the annex in the morning, and as I would walk in, the first thing he would say, Sutapa, who are we meeting today? So, who's on the agenda? Who are we meeting? I say, Shri Prabhu, do you want to go to take darshan? Do you want to go to the Goshala? Do you want to stay in? His reply was, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I said, no, Shri Prabhu, we're here to serve you. What do you want to do? He said, I'll do what you tell me to do. Because he was a servant. Such a servant. So we are made of his mercy. I'm here because of Shri Prabhu. When I wanted to join, as Gauri Prabhu and others know, it was a big drama with my parents. Shri Prabhu got me out of the mess. He said, I'm not going to let you miss this opportunity. So my parents, hopefully they're not listening online, saying in a public forum. My parents were fully against it. Shri Prabhu said, no, this is your destiny, you have to do this. So I said, Shri Prabhu, what are you going to do? We've got to come up with a plan. You've got to pacify them. I can't pacify them. He said, don't worry, I'll tell them that we're employing you for 6 months as the IT maintenance at the Manor. I said, Shri Prabhu, I'm on the Bhakta program cleaning the corridors. I'm not IT maintenance. He said, no, IT maintenance, interior temple maintenance. So I said, Shri Prabhu, I don't think this is going to work. He said, no, let's just run with it. Let's go with it. So he told my dad, no, we want him IT maintenance. There's a big multi-million Goshala project coming up. We want Sandeep, that was my name. We want him to be at the center of it. Few days later, my dad turned up to the BMF office with a contract. It was like a legal contract. And it had written, he will stay for the period of 6 months from this day to this day. And my dad said to Shri Prabhu, I want you to sign this. So Shri Prabhu just signed it and forgot about it. Recently I told him, Shri Prabhu, my dad's still after you on that contract, it's nearly 20 years overdue. And then one time I was with Shri Prabhu and we were watching Radhanath Maharaj's parents talk about their reunion with Radhanath Maharaj. And right in the middle of the video, Shri Prabhu looked at me and he said, do you know what we put our parents through? I said, yeah, it was all your plan. He said, we put our parents through so much, but we did it for the movement, for the purpose of giving Krishna consciousness. So some things have to be done. So Shri Prabhu was our life and soul. How can life ever quite be the same without Shri Prabhu? How will the manor ever quite be the same without Shri Prabhu? I can't imagine that on my phone I will never see Shri Prabhu's name and number coming up. When his name would come on my phone, I would have mixed feelings because I was like, now I can associate with a sadhu. I was so happy. But then I also thought, oh my God, this phone call is going to involve some element of surrender, some element of sacrifice. So I once said to Shri Prabhu, Prabhuji, I have to admit to you, sometimes I didn't pick up your calls. I always returned them after I psyched myself up for what I was about to hear. Shri Prabhu, I owe my life to you. I'm a fool, but you made some use out of me. And we're all blessed. We think that the saints are people of the past. We walk and live and function amongst saints. And Shri Prabhu was a saint. And for me, the motto, Shri Prabhu once said to me, don't try to be happy. Just try to serve. And it was such a simple statement, but for me it summed up the very essence of his existence. Don't try to be happy. Just try to serve, because if you serve, you will find happiness. And that was Shri Prabhu's life, such a Vaishnav. We're blessed. We're blessed to walk among such a person. I'll never forget him. Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai.
It was the nature of Shruti to create a sense of urgency in spiritual life. As Prabhuji was saying, you must become Krishna conscious and you must do it now. There's no time to waste. And that's part of the appeal of spiritual life to young people, of course. And it also leads us into exciting adventures sometimes. And one person who was there with Shruti on a lot of adventures and is still on an adventure is our next speaker, Ajay Kumar.
It's difficult coming on after the tallest Brahmin in the ashram. Hare Krishna. I'm going to speak about the festivals. The festivals here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So festivals, Srila Prabhupada describes festivals as the mothers of devotion. And his Grace Partner Bandhu Prabhu reminds me of that every year. Here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, we've created huge assemblies of this devotion. We're able to engage people through sight, through sound, through taste. It's colourful, it's big. From the boys and girls that park the cars, and they did it today. From the team that stand all day on their feet in the darshan, during the darshan queues. From the kitchen making preps, and to the servers that say Hare Krishna to every single person that they're giving prasad to. These are all instruments. These people are all instrumental in the inspiration that Srila Dharma Prabhu gave to them. And that was given because Shruti Dharma was following Srila Prabhupada. And that's what we all did. Shruti Dharma used to say to me, Aj, as long as you have car park, you have darshan, and you have prasad, everything else will follow. And that's the way we did it. And Shruti Dharma had this unique way of making doctors pizza sellers. He made accountants sweepers, you know? He made project managers just pour out water to serve. He made estate agents into designers that did print and put up banners. We all did it. Somewhere along the way, Shruti Dharma or Pranabandhu got you to do something you'd never do in your life. He had Brahmins driving forklifts, you know? That was the power of what he did. Who thought two boys from Preston Manor could affect so many people over 35 to 40 years? Under their leadership, under Shruti Dharma's leadership, volunteers have become disciples. We've got leaders that started out on that field in the Jamashmi field. We got preachers and stalwarts in our community, all because whether they saw what was going to happen ahead, I don't know, but somehow they just offered you an opportunity. If you came here on your first day, you probably were sweeping, or you're putting up a light, or you picked up a big drill that you've never picked up before in your life, and somehow we managed to do it. And in the evenings, the beauty of Shruti Dharma Prabhu was, in the evenings, Shruti Dharma was there. He had a knack of being everywhere during a festival. He'd be there in the volunteer evenings, in his crisp dhoti. If there was a Swami in town, he'd take him round to meet everyone. And how inspired you felt when you saw Shruti Dharma walking up with Radhanath Swami or Bhakti Jyothi Swami, and you tried that little bit harder, right? You just saw like being really humble at the back of the queue, but your head's nodding away, see if they come over to you. But he did that. And then in the mornings, he had his khaki pants on, and he was picking up boxes. It's just amazing to see, and it was very inspiring to see. And when it came to leadership, leaders, they inspire, they engage you, they find your talents, but they also leave a legacy. Who's going to continue? What's been left in that place? But also part of that leadership is who's going to pick up the baton. There are many of us who are getting that opportunity, and now we owe it to Shruti Dharma to pick up that baton and take it to the next phase. One thing for me personally on the festivals, every Sunday Janmashtami, Shruti Dharma would find me and he would say, Aj, we need to go and check all the tents. So we'd visit every tent. And afterwards he'd say to me, is that what you wanted? What could you have done better? But that's not going to happen anymore. On the 27th of December 2019, it was the night before Gita Jayanti, and we prepped the tent. It was our first event in the Haveli. And after the devotees left, I closed the light and I sat in the reception. And I wished for one thing, and that was Shruti Dharma to walk through the door and just say, Aj, are you ready? But that ain't never going to happen. But with this Haveli, I've been given this opportunity of Shruti Dharma. I'm going to do my hardest to make it happen. And with the support of devotees, we'll make that happen. And Shruti Dharma, I want to see you again, but not in the spiritual world. I want to be on the battlefield, and I want to be in your army, and I want to be fighting for Srila Prabhupada. Because if there's one thing I would say about Shruti Dharma, is that he came, he saw, and he's conquered. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay Kumar. Please let us welcome to the stage His Grace Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu.
Amagyanatimirandasya Gyananjanachalakaya Chakshum Militamyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, dear Shruti Dharma Prabhu, we are gathered here in glorification of you and the wonderful legacy that you've left all of us. in the form of this vibrant, innovative, revolutionary community. I wanted to address you directly at this time to say what I'd never really expressed properly, which is a real heartfelt expression of gratitude for all the wonderful association and example that you gave to myself and so many in our community, not just in the Bhaktivedanta community, but the entire ISKCON community, and I would even say the entire world. I have extremely fond memories of spending time with you when we went together to different house programs with Pranabandhu, sometimes Sutapa as well. And what always amazed me was your personalism. What always amazed me was your, as so many have explained, deep, genuine, heartfelt care and compassion. And what always inspires me is how the seeds of your compassion are constantly growing and developing in the form of such a wonderful congregation, wonderful projects, wonderful initiatives. And I was thinking about you as being, I think Akandadi said, a master harmonizer. And I really see that again and again. And I would sometimes just watch you in awe and think, how does he do that? How is it that he's able to say this one thing to this person, give a nudge to this person, put an idea towards this person, and everything just harmonized? And I was in awe of you. I was in awe of how someone could be so selfless, so giving, so caring, so dynamic in so many ways. I remember once we were going for a program. Pranabandhu was driving, Shruti, you were sitting next to him in the front of the car. I was sitting behind you, so we'd go to these different houses and give different presentations and so on. And I remember you turned around and you looked at me at the back seat. And when you looked at me, I almost felt like something in my mind was as if a camera just flashed, just taking a picture of whatever's on my mind at the time to see what is that rascal Bhutabhavana up to. And it was amazing because there were so many times in which I felt that you would say or do or know something about me, and I just think, how does he know that? How does he understand that about me? Your legacy is constantly growing and expanding in terms of the love that you gave to so many of us. I remember when my own spiritual master was preparing to leave, I was bewildered. I didn't know what to do. And I spoke to you about it. And then you gave me the advice, which eventually led to me leaving the country to go and spend that time with him before he left the planet. And had it not been from your guidance, these really wonderful, amazing, and just completely transcendental interventions in my life and in the life of so many others, I don't know where we would be. I personally feel bad that I feel I didn't get to say goodbye properly. I hope that somehow, by the mercy of Krishna, the devotees, that I'm able to say a proper goodbye before I leave also. But I wanted to say from the heart, thank you for everything. Thank you for the guidance I didn't appreciate properly. Thank you for the wonderful example that constantly lives on in the form of all the devotees at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you for your care, your insight, and the time. I never understood how you made so much time for so many of us. But when I see you, I see the example of a real and great devotee. So as we all gather here, we have two emotions. We celebrate in joy because you've gone back to Krishna. And we cry because we don't have that same access to your association. Okay, we beg you for your kind blessings so that we can also follow in your footsteps and also be that example of selfless love and devotion. Sruti Dharma Prabhu ki jai.
And really, the Pandava Sena was about the campaign. And just as, all of us have to make our mark in devotion, whether it's small or large, I don't think it matters. But we have to get onto the ladder of devotion and Srila Prabhupada's family by doing something, by spreading Krishna consciousness in the capacity that we have. I do recall when, after the 10 years of the campaign, Kandari was the weary soldier, the weary general who had fought so hard. And when we did win the campaign, Shivaram Swami was just recollecting that how Prabhupada would be so pleased that he had made that effort through all the difficulties and tribulations. And he recollects that Prabhupada would be saying very much, calling him into Prabhupada's rooms upstairs. Prabhupada's rooms upstairs are so sacred, and calling him and saying and blessing him. And Shivaram Swami said that he has earned his ticket back home, back to Godhead. So all of us, whether we do something amazing like that, or we do something, as Lord Ramachandra said to Hanuman, don't become proud. The spider is doing something which he's capable of, but he's doing it fully. So each one of us exert whatever we are capable of doing fully, not leaving any punches behind, then we too can be on that list, on that bus, that ISKCON bus, which leaves very frequently back to Goloka Vrindavan. We can board it, and our name will be on that check-off list when it takes off. Go to Premanande. Srila Prabhupada.
We heard, what seems like quite some time ago now, about the Mahabharat Youth Club. And this was a youth club that was joined by those three young men who went on to become Pranabandhu, Sruti Dharma, and Atmanivedanam Swami. And it was made, the youth club, something very exciting, and it brought them into Krishna consciousness. And the person who started that youth club and was Shruti's, preaching partner for decades after that, and fighting partner during the time when our temple was under threat, is here with us tonight. I'd like to listen to him next. This is His Grace, Akundadi Das Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. It's a blessing to have been here this afternoon and to hear all the love and warmth and deep emotions expressed by so many of the devotees towards our beloved Sruti Dharma Prabhu. And even with all this glorification, all this gratitude, all this appreciation, it cannot do justice to this personality. So all I can do now is just offer a few words. At the funeral, I spoke about selfless servant. Shruti Dharma is a selfless servant. Today, I just was more reflecting how my own relationship with Shruti Dharma changed over the decades. I first met him I was with Janaka Raj Prabhu. We went as a life membership program on a Sunday evening in January 76. And Mukesh and Sailesh were there. And it was in one sense, it was the easiest sign-up we ever done as a life member. They were already devotees. They were already eager to help Prabhupada's movement. So they didn't need a lot of encouragement. They didn't need a lot of preaching. And particularly, Shruti Dharma had already got devotion to Prabhupada in his heart. He had already been associating with the devotees at Bury Place and had seen Srila Prabhupada, was reading Prabhupada's books. He was ready well on the way. So it was very easy. A few years later, yes, we established the Mahabharat Youth Clubs. We started them in various different places, and because of circumstances. The Wembley one never took off because there was only the 3 personalities. Harrow was doing very well, but we then merged Harrow, Wembley, Finchley, all into our event in Southall. And that's where the fun was on the Friday evenings. And in the end of 1980, the temple in King Street decided that we were having too big an influence on the devotees and decided they wouldn't host us anymore. So at that time, the devotees decided, well, there's only one place to go, Bhaktivedanta Manor. But Shruti was a little slower than the others. And part of the reason of that was he really needed to sort out his responsibilities and relationship with his family. Even for something that he knew was absolutely sure and true for himself, that which he wanted to do beyond anything else, he wouldn't do it until it was clear for the family and it was all ready to happen. So he joined a little while later. It was mentioned earlier that we got him working here at the Manor. I was giving him lots of service, morning to night, in our repro office, working on the printing press and producing great publications such as the Mahabharata Times and others. I was very pleased to see the photograph album, because at that time we equipped Sruti Dharma with a camera, so he was our photojournalist for the Mahabharata Times. And I don't feel that I gave him any real help at that time. I really kind of look back and just think with horror that I simply engaged his natural devotion in every kind of wild scheme and idea and preaching idea that we had. We just went with it. But there was one particular image of Shruti around that time which is actually burnt into my mind. And this was in March of 1982. It was after many of the devotees, including Prana, Shruti, and Atmanivedana Swami, had taken initiation from Jayatirtha. And we arranged that we would all go to India. We'd had a big marathon during the December. We went to, and Kripamoya and myself were leading this team of wild brahmacharis across India. But when we got to Mayapur, there was an unfortunate situation. And we were brought to the GBC conference room. We'd just arrived after 48 hours traveling on trains and ferries. And some of the GBC members were explaining to our little group, because we'd just come from the UK, and they wanted us to know, and they wanted us to be protected, that a situation had occurred. The spiritual master at the time had left ISKCON and was calling his disciples to join him elsewhere. And this was a shock for all of us. And the vision that I have at that time is Sruti Dharma just turned around and looked at me, questioning, what do I do with this? How do I process what I've just heard? And having just to kind of give him reassurance, this is the facts, but we'll get through this, we'll be all right. And I just remember his face showing the heart shattered because of the circumstances. And I always took that as an understanding for me of what all the devotees who went through that particular incident and maybe later incidents, and whoever been let down by ISKCON over all the years, that vision of Shruti's face at that time really helped me understand the pain, the hurt, the trauma that a devotee has to go through in situations like that. But Sruti Dharma and all the devotees rallied wonderfully, and we went off and had lots of other adventures during that trip for the next few weeks. And those were just, in many ways, some of the most memorable, enjoyable, happy times we ever had together. We got through that crazy time. And when we came back to the UK, we got through other troubles. And this is how my relationship with Shruti, I think, changed. Because I began to relate to the devotees, Pranabandhu and Shruti Dharma particularly, became very, very close confidants and friends. And we were working on the projects from the start of the campaign from 86, and when it really got moving in 87, through the public inquiries, through all the campaigning activities, to the start of the Manor Foundation, and later on planning the big events. When you go through fire with devotees, when together you just go through the big traumas and challenges, bonds are built, and it's no longer a question of seniority. It's just we are absolutely together. So I think for me, in all those years, the solace, the support, and the strength that I got was particularly in my relationship with Shruti Dharma and Pranabandhu. Being able to talk together, discuss, plan, scheme, console, and just take up the challenge. And I found, as I say, I found my relationship changing, that whatever I started to appreciate more and more what Shruti Dharma could do. So if it was a question of we have an auction for the deities, trying to raise some money, someone would ask me, would I like to do it? I thought, no, let Shruti Dharma do it. One is because I found it tough, and two, because Shruti was far, far better at it. Who will do the presentation in the campaign tent about selling the bricks and collecting the funds? Shruti can do it, yeah. We can get Shruti to do it. Again, because he was the best. And then in the years a little later, 2010, when it became official that Shruti Dharma was appointed temple president here at the Manor, I think the joy in my heart was just unbounded. And from then on, I found myself no longer as being seen as someone who might have any seniority, or even just as a friend. I became the servant, and just felt that now my responsibility is to the senior devotee, Shruti, helping him through the challenges that are there when you become the head of such a large and complex community as we have at Bhaktivedanta Manor. And I don't think any of us should underestimate the pressure and the burden and the load that Shruti was taking. And I say that not because he wasn't good at it, he was brilliant at it, he was a natural. He had all the talents that we require of a temple president. But I know it was a burden because of his incredible internal realization of the weight of that responsibility, the responsibility that he had to each individual, to each department, to each project. This is what he was carrying all that time, knowing that he had to do it to perfection to please Srila Prabhupada. So what has been expressed today is that we've all been inspired by him. We all try to help. And I wish there was more we could do, but he has given us guidance, direction, inspiration, and the path ahead for our preaching and our service to Prabhupada is clear. The other day, I just finished with the eulogy with my thought that if there was a devotee, any devotee, who I would wish to be still with us, guiding me and helping me and supporting me and as a confidant for the rest of my days on this earth, that would be Sruti Dharma. However, if there's any devotee who knows the heart, the mind, the service, the background, all the foibles of all of us, and who is able to go ahead to Srila Prabhupada and to recommend these devotees, they have done so much for your movement. I remember this devotee has done this service, and this devotee was very caring, and this devotee preached very well, and this devotee distributed books, and this devotee handled all sorts of challenges. Shruti, with his wonderful memory for every single detail, and for his incredible gratitude and appreciation, he is the person who will remember you all to Srila Prabhupada. Shruti Dharma ki jai.
We have with us Naveen Krishna, who's overseeing the work with the I Foundation, and specifically, obviously, the Krishnamurti School, which was the feature last year at Janmashtami, and again this year. A lot more news. Naveen, how's the school going?
School's going great, and we're looking to do another primary and a secondary school as well.
My God! Primary and a secondary. Are we talking about it this Janmashtami here at the Manor?
Yeah, we're trying to recruit for teachers, people who might want a career change, do something meaningful with their lives, go into teaching, and teacher trainers.
Okay, so if there's anyone that's interested, who's looking at being a future teacher at one of the schools at Krishnamurti, what else?
Also, we're looking at people who may be interested in doing a PhD program to understand more about Hindu pedagogy and teaching philosophy, and we'd like to promote that as well.
Okay, I did hear something about healthcare as well. Is that?
There's a part of the tent is the launch of the Hindu Healthcare Society, which is an independent society promoting with the government and media and our community issues that affect the Hindu community on health.
Wow, great. Well, we'll look forward to seeing all of that on the 2 days of Janmashtami.
Okay.
Anything on the Pandava Sena as well?
Well, I think the Pandava Sena is doing lots of stuff, but I'm a bit too old for them now.
You're getting too old. Okay,
yeah.
We'll have to find someone younger for the Pandava Sena. Maybe.
Thank you, Krishna. So, as this evening comes to a close, it's my impossible task to say the thank yous. So, just a caveat here that there are no names in this list, rather there are groups of individuals, because there are literally hundreds of people who have been involved in the support and care for Shruti Prabhu, and so we've tried to group them, so please understand in that context, and I'll go through the list. It is a little long, but I'll go quite quickly through it for that reason. To the many disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and to the spiritual masters and sannyasis within ISKCON for providing Shruti Prabhu spiritual nourishment and association over the last 2 years. To the spiritual advisory team made up of a small group of senior devotees from around the world who helped work through some of the difficult decisions that had to be made. To the personal medical team made up of devotee doctors who helped in all aspects of his medical care. To the devotee carers team and devotee night carers team who ensured we had all-day cover every single day, and then also 24-hour cover when it was needed. To the professional carers team who have gone way beyond the call of duty with their love for Shruti Prabhu, and who became so dear to all of us. To the drivers who chauffeured Shruti Prabhu to Charing Cross Hospital for his radiotherapy and then for scans and consultations every day. To the specialist diet cooking team who had to keep up with a complex diet and come up with ever-imaginative ways so that he would still eat it. And the general cooking team who would make such wonderful preparations that even when he didn't have an appetite, he would want to eat. To the prasad delivery persons who made sure prasad was delivered 3 times a day hot to his door. To the team researching, procuring and advising on alternative treatments and therapies, to the laundry team who took care of his laundry, to the shopping team who would go out, search and purchase whatever was required, the care management team who oversaw the daily care requirements, the massage and yoga teams who would try on a daily basis to keep Shruti Prabhu healthy, to the VIP meetings teams who facilitated and scheduled in the visits, to the kirtan team who ensured there were regular kirtan for him, to the PS boys for looking after Nitai, to the ladies' ashram for squeezing into the cottage to make the annex available to convert into what has become Gokul Dham, to the annex renovation and adaptation team, to the Macmillan palliative care team, the Charing Cross and Watford hospital staff, the Watford Peace Hospice, the Karuna Manor nursing home, to Hillingdon Borough Council for funding of the professional carers, to the team that managed the funeral arrangements, and to the funeral directors who gave their services as their service, to the team who cooked the feast in honor of Shruti Prabhu, and who cleaned up and served that day, and to all the many devotees, families, and friends here in the UK and around the world who've inundated us with their prayers and blessings, many of whom were also chanting extra rounds for Shruti Prabhu. And lastly, I wanted to mention to Bhaktivedanta Manor, of course. And when I say Bhaktivedanta Manor, I refer both to the institution that houses all of us, and also to the individuals, the temple residents, the staff, the managers, and the leadership, including the Patrons Council, who facilitated an unparalleled level of care for Shruti Prabhu on the temple property. They gave their friendship and love and their time and money also. This calamity has brought the community of Bhaktivedanta Manor together, we feel, as a shining example to the whole ISKCON world. This is how to take care of devotees. This is how to show our gratitude to those who nurtured our spiritual lives. This is how to serve without selfish motive. Seeing his own lifetime's work of preaching made manifest in your selfless devotion and dedication, Sruti Dharma Prabhu would be so proud of all of you and of the institution which he gave his life. We pray to Sri Radha Gokulananda, Srila Prabhupada, and His Grace Sruti Dharma Prabhu to bestow upon you all their unlimited blessings. Thank you so much. I know words can't express it, and that we couldn't name the names for obvious reasons, but please do accept this as a completely sincere and heartfelt thank you to all of you for all that you've done for Sruti Dharma Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all very much for coming tonight. Thank you, Naveen Krishna Prabhu. Thank you for all your contributions. It's been wonderful. We'll conclude tonight with a short Narasimhadev prayers. And in those prayers, please let us join together and wish well for another devotee who's currently fighting for his life in a local hospital due to coronavirus. In the upcoming weeks, please keep yourself safe, follow all good guidance, and pray for each other. Namaste Narasimhaya. Afterwards, there will be prasadam that continues to be served. Hare Krishna.
Shall